0757-378-603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
WQS Recruitment Services is the East Africa joint venture between two award-winning workforce solutions companies, Q Sourcing ServTech and WRS. WRS brings 20 years' experience of recruiting internationally. Q Sourcing ServTech Group has been providing recruitment and workforce solutions in East Africa since 2006. The joint venture has created a unique capability that will support the workforce needs of East Africa's energy sector for many years to come. WQS combines international reach with local expertise. Located in Uganda, operations are managed from our HQ in Kampala and supported by a network of offices in Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Mozambique. WQS supports projects across the energy and mining sectors from pre-feasibility stage through to project execution and operations. Carefully developed service lines mean clients can engage WQS to manage all in-country workforce requirements or assist with individual recruitment needs. Supporting local content and sustainability initiatives is at the forefront of our strategy. A specialist training arm provides internationally accredited training courses in vital trade skills such as welding, electrical, mechanical, pipe fitting, and of course, health and safety. To date, we have trained over 2,500 nationals to internationally recognized standards. Our workforce solutions are designed to meet the needs of the fast-growing labour market, and we can assist with local and international recruitment and contracting, travel and immigration support, HR consultancy and compliance advice, training, compliant payroll services, salary surveys, skills availability studies. WQS's experience, methodology, and customer service provide our clients with the safety, comfort, and support required when operating in the fast-evolving business environment of East Africa. Think WQS for all your workforce needs. An African business with global capabilities.
In the heart of Uganda, a financial revolution is happening. We were once left out, saving the old-fashioned way, with an unexpected saving spot, keeping it too close for comfort. But now, we found a better way to save and manage money. Download the Wendy app from Google Play or App Store or dial *229#. With Wendy, your money is safe and you can earn interest daily. Visit your Google Play or App Store or dial *229# to register. Wendy Wanawoli.
Welcome to the 5th Annual National Content Conference live from the Speak Resort, Munyonyo.
With our theme Advancing National Content in the Oil and Gas Sector 3 years after FID.
Hosting of this conference is a true reflection of a public-private partnership Uganda's joint qualification system for the oil and gas sector is going to be launched during this conference. There will be a signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Uganda National Oil Company and the Petroleum Commission on Ghana on collaboration between the two institutions.
The key areas of focus in progressing national content include employment of Ugandans, capacity building, enterprise development, use of locally produced goods and services, together with transfer of knowledge and technology.
Development of individual skills and enterprise capacity building. These are what will lead to the long-term sustainability of local content initiatives. Focus must be on capacity building and value addition rather than mere national ownership.
The opportunities are still here and they are cross borders, but they all require preparation through technical capacity building, but also collaboration and joint ventures. As Total Energies EP Uganda, we remain committed in sharing information about available opportunities and supporting the capacity building of Ugandan entities. Call upon all our stakeholders to continue working in close cooperation to achieve our shared ambition of enhanced Ugandan participation and socio-economic transformation of Uganda.
We have conducted initiatives to develop the suppliers or people, especially the farmers, from there so that they can ably and beneficially develop or produce enough food to supply for the Kingfisher development.
So national content is in fact sharing prosperity. And as I mentioned, it's embedded in ECOP DNA since inception. Our pillars for national content are training, capacity building, and Ugandan services.
As UNOC, we will continue to support Ugandan companies to access opportunities on our portfolio of projects.
Vacancies created in Coca-Cola, in Nile breweries, in Uganda breweries, to go and work in oil and gas. That will create another opportunity for people to participate in those sectors. So we shouldn't worry about oil and gas or just focus on oil and gas from an opportunity perspective.
Through having capitalized in the opportunities that come with the oil and gas, that has managed to have our own Ugandans get the experience and exposure and technical knowledge from the operational side of view, but also to support the teams that work on these projects.
What men can do, women can do. It's a normal saying, but have it in mind. Move out there, get those skills. The jobs are actually there. Keep applying, even if you don't get called in or shortlisted. Keep applying until.
I want you to understand that our success has been also as a result of the national content team from Pearl and Total.
Sinopec has really been good in capacity building, empowering the community. They've encouraged very many youth and they are training very many youth in different departments. We have welding, of which they are going to be awarded the certificates today.
Welcome to the future of supplier qualification and procurement in Uganda's oil and gas sector. The Joint Qualification System, JQS. An upgrade from the National Supplier Database, the JQS is here to transform how
In 2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. The oil companies operating in Uganda, Total Energies, operating the Tilenga project, and Sinopec, operating the Kingfisher.
as the least cost and most robust. Due to the waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will be thermo-insulated to maintain the oil temperature in 40 degrees Celsius. The insulation is one of the several technological features that make EACOP the most innovative and smart make system in the world. In Uganda, the EACOP originates at the industrial park in Hoima district, stretching 296 kilometers through 10 districts, with above-ground installations including 2 pumping stations, intermediate block valves. The Tanzanian section of the pipeline spans 1,147 kilometers across 8 regions and includes 4 pumping stations, 2 pressure reduction stations, intermediate block valves, and 12 main camps and pipe yards. Crude oil transported by the pipeline will be stored at a marine storage terminal before being shipped and sold to other countries. Vessels will be loaded from a dedicated facility located on a 2-kilometer-long jetty extending into the open sea. Additional facilities will be built to support the pipeline's construction, such as the thermal insulation system plant in Sojo, Nzega region, 4 main camps for construction teams, pipe storage yards, and access roads. EACOP fully recognizes its responsibilities both to...
Now, the joint qualification system is, once you're qualified with one company...
It's with everyone.
Everyone is qualified.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay, we're waiting for that. After the launch of the JQS, I'm also going to shock you that we've also got awards and recognitions happening. And my favorite part, we must sit down and network, because there are people here who want numbers, they want to cut deals. So we have a cocktail in the evening. So it's a jam-packed session. I think it's important that we kick off.
That's good news.
So ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure. Yesterday, Faith told you that we had insights, we had experiences from Ghana. But why don't we hear from our big brother, the giant on the continent when it comes to oil and gas? Please welcome a director all the way from the National Content Bureau in Nigeria. Please welcome Mr. Isaac Yala. Big round of applause as he makes his way.
And as he makes his way, don't forget we have Slido, and Slido is a system that we will be using to take all the questions, and we'll be responding to your questions. You're welcome.
A pragmatic approach to enforcement of your local content laws. For example, you see that the 10-year strategic roadmap of the NCDMB, we have made incremental progress over the years. If you look at the next slide, from 26% all the way to 56.5% that we have now. You saw that it has taken several years before we got to where we are. The national content is not is a marathon, not a sprint. Also, gap analysis is very, very important. The creation of baseline data of available capacities and capabilities, gather data on upcoming industry opportunities, especially in a program like this. It is good that you are already doing that. Develop gap closure roadmap to close capacity gaps in manpower, infrastructure, supply chain development, services, materials. And also to join hands with our neighbor in the region to ensure a Pan-African gap analysis project. Because if we are able to solve the problem of not only our country, but the neighboring countries, it will engender regional economic growth, which will have a multiplier effect on the whole of Africa and the world. Also, capacity development. Capacity development in Nigeria has been focused on in-country value addition to ensure that continuous stream of projects that will sustain established capacity and attract new investments is being put in place. This includes legacy investment in major EPC contracts to close gaps. Dedicated intervention fund is required to fund gap closure interventions, sectoral linkages to optimize capacity utilization, especially in fabrication yards. You find that the capacity that is built in welding, in fitting, scaffolding, and so on is useful in other aspects of the economy. Sectoral linkages to optimize capacity utilization is also very, very important. And we ensure that project-based trainings are happening on all the projects, both small and big, to ensure that after these projects, we have people who can sustainably develop the economy. Then the next driver is using a data-driven mechanism to propel your growth. 829 service companies. We have 433,475 individual registration. This is the registration of individuals, their skill set, whether they are employed or unemployed, and so on. Then 6,053 Nigerian content equipment certificates. What this means is that we have a full grasp of the oil and gas sector, the challenges therein, the people operating in the system, the companies that are in the system. It is easy for you to design programs that will help the sector. And of course, you will have the tool, what we call the JQS, the Nigerian Content Plan, the Nigerian Content Compliance Certificate, Nigerian Content Equipment Certificate, Expatriate Quota, Compliance and Performance Monitoring, and Litigation and Prosecution as a last resort. Now, let me tell you about some of the fruits of national content in Nigeria. On the next slide, you will see the service offering of the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, PETAN. These are technology providers having 13 distinct service offering, over 101 companies in that association, with more than 300 technical services. At the end of the day, there's a cumulative impact of over 100,000 jobs that has been created and more than $2 billion contract portfolio. A data-driven understanding of the oil and gas sector gives us the opportunity to be able to harness this data and utilize it for the help of the industry. We also have what we call the Project 100 companies. These are peculiar companies that we have selected out of thousands of companies that we have on our database, with the service offerings that are shown. The goal is to develop these countries to become $1 billion and above companies, because you realize that the international oil services companies that we have in the world today, they did not become international service companies just by working alone, but through the support of their home countries. Apart from that, we have what we call the Oil and Gas Trainers Association with 14 service offerings. over 400 training organizations in all these specified areas to ensure a full grasp of training activities in the oil and gas sector. You are also invited to copy or modify this model to suit your needs. Then the next level, as I said earlier, that funding is very, very important to sustain and develop the industry. We have various products with more than $500 million that is available to the industry for players at different levels, providing competitive source of funding and fiscal incentives that are essential to attract, develop, and sustain SME portfolio. A dedicated source of fund backed by law to help players in the industry. Develop a clear strategy of utilization of the fund in such a way that it will respond to the need of the supply chain, and partnership with development finance institutions. Like in Nigeria, development finance institutions, we discovered that they are the best partners, better than the normal commercial banks in this type of intervention. And it has been very, very successful. Now, as I begin to round up, we have what we call the 10-year strategic development plan to support research and development in the next slide. This has also been very useful to the extent that now there are homegrown technology from ICT to every aspect of the service offerings that I mentioned earlier that is being used in the oil and gas industry, that are embraced across board by all players in the industry. Also, on the next slide, you find what we call the triple helix system, whereby there is a tight collaboration between the government, the industry, and the academia. By law, we already have the industry segregated, as you can see in the slide. So you have centers of excellence domiciled in universities of technologies for various aspects of the oil and gas sector, and it is linkage areas to support a sustainable utilization of our hydrocarbon resources. Someone used to say that the Stone Age passed away not because of lack of stone, but because it was overtaken by technology. If we are not careful, this hydrocarbon season will pass away, and then we will move to another era, and we might not be able to fully utilize the resources if we do not go in this direction. Now, you do not only develop the products, but it is important that you create access to market through a deliberate set of tools in order to ensure that players in the industry can perform at the highest level and be able to meet their obligation to both national and international market. This is also enshrined in our laws, to the extent that this is meant to increase industry contribution to the national GDP and promote access to nationally made goods and services in the regional market. The issue of access to market has critical success factors, which I want you to note. You need robust processes and tools to ensure transparency and efficiency in tender management, to avoid unnecessary challenges of complaints in the sector. Encourage competition. Optimize in-country markets before exploring regional markets, and regional markets before going further, and so on and so forth. That way, you have what we call the old onion layer effect, and you ensure that every resources that is available is properly utilized. Challenge stereotyping of local enterprises and continuously widen the boundaries of their participation. This is very important. Encourage business-to-business alliances and partnerships to access bigger opportunities. This is also very, very important, and we have design processes to accomplish this. Now, the issue of access to markets entails consistent monitoring in terms of performance, compliance, and intervention in order to ensure that the goals of sector contribution to GDP, public service value creation, industrialization, economic growth and sustainability, improved human development index, exportation of capacities is achieved. Now, there are challenges to local supply chain, and what are the mitigations? We have designed tools to guide business resilience, access to competitive finance, as I mentioned earlier, and capacity adequacies. Now let me talk about capacity adequacies. It is very essential that we have alliances and partnerships across the continent to engender this. Business process automation, promote shared services among associations. Earlier I mentioned different associations in the oil and gas sectors. All these are working together to ensure success. Participate in industry business opportunity fairs. We have this particular one. We have the 9th Oil and Gas Summit we just had. We have SIPEC coming and other activities. We encourage our people to participate in order to take advantage of emerging opportunities in the oil and gas sector across Africa. Now, by doing all this, the board has been able to record a lot of successes to the extent that we have been number one in the area of ease of doing business in Nigeria up to the year 2024. This is to 2020, up to the year 2024. And I believe that the various agencies, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, UNOC, you can also achieve this feat utilizing all this interaction and collaboration that you have in place with Nigeria, with Ghana, and so on. Now, in the area of regional partnership, this is very, very important to assure success in the oil and gas sector. We have seen that in Nigeria, that a tree does not make a forest. We have seen examples of how suppliers in the oil and gas sector have collaborated from various countries in Africa to achieve a lot of success. Nigeria have had a lot of tight collaboration with several countries on the continent, and then the fruits are quite nascent, but it is improving, and that is why we are here. You can see that there is progress, and more progress can be achieved if we continue to do this and we do not stop. Now, let me just show to you, before I go to my seat, various achievements in the oil and gas sector on the back of projects like yours, like this FPSO integration yard in Lagos, which we spoke about at the Industrial Enhancement Center. This is at the back of a Total Energies project. That facility is in use right now, and it is benefiting the oil and gas sector. And then in manufacturing and assembly, we have a lot of companies that have been developed that are even providing services across Africa and other parts of the world through rigorous certification process. We hold these companies to a very high standard using our NCEC process, the Nigerian Content Equipment Certification processes, to ensure that they are ISO certified. They have all the in-country value addition necessary for them to compete across board and be competitive. In the area of hydrocarbon development, you all know about the Dangote Petroleum Refining and Petrochemical Company that is already producing and making waves in Africa. Before Dangote, we have what we call Watersmith Refinery. Is 5,000 barrels per day. Is a modular refinery, and with collaboration from the board, they have been making money for the board. And we have these other companies into gas, into refining of various products. All of them, we have challenges with some of them. I want you to note that it is not all rosy when you are doing this. Some of them we have challenges, but the successes have outweighed the challenges. We also have fabrication yards able to take on very big projects, and I'm showing you this because there are some similarities in what we have in Nigeria and what you are developing and in Uganda right now. And some of these companies, they are recognizable names both in Nigeria and Uganda as you make progress. Finally, this is our local content value proposition for Africa, which we have been pushing, that every country in Africa should ensure focus on research and technology development, local employment, strategic partnership in country, regionally, and across Africa, ownership and control of assets through institutional support, funding, collaboration, grants, assistance, and so on and so forth. Value chain optimization to ensure that other aspects of the oil and gas sector and its linkage sectors benefit from the fruits of exploration and production. Sustainable operations, that we ensure that the environment is not damaged, the life of the people are not unduly impacted. We go steady, we go slow, and we are focused and efficient. increase production and utilization of locally made goods, remove that prejudice from locally made goods, start with the locally made goods and improve on them. And of course, if we do all this, we'll be able to see the impact in the area of contribution to the gross domestic product of the country. In conclusion, we must be committed to the prosperity of our countries. As you can see here, our president said, Uganda remains committed to sustainable oil and gas development, contributing to poverty eradication and national prosperity. And your brothers from Nigeria, we are fully with you to ensure the implementation of what our president has said. You see a valve on the right in that slide that I have up there. Please go back to that valve. You can see that it is possible. Go to the next slide, please. As I conclude, just keep running it. Please keep running that slide. I have a valve there. This is the picture that we want to paint about regional market integration in Africa, to the extent that we can, I'm just using this as a sign, not that it has to be this particular product. We must find a way to begin to think together and recognize the areas in which we have competencies across Africa, and we can come together to provide goods and services that will benefit our countries and that will benefit the world. We are committed to this to ensure that design, manufacture of components and assembly, inspection, certification, and export is done within Africa through tight collaboration of agencies like ours and yours in order to achieve a value-driven partnership. Thank you for listening to me. God bless Uganda. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isaac. And one of the things that Mr. Isaac states is the power of partnership. Yeah. And thank you very much for articulating that.
I must say that my name is Silas Omomenya Jimmy Jaye. I'm actually standing for the executive secretary who could not come to this meeting due to other engagement. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, as we get into our next speaker, first of all, I'd like to reflect on the power of partnerships. You know the rope. You know ropes we make from sisal, and we are thinking. Just think with me that sisal that rope that we have. Maybe you bought it for 1,000 shillings down the road. So imagine if it was just one sisal, you could break it with just one finger like that. But when we put it together, when we put it together, the thing is, it's almost impossible to break it alone. In fact, if you put like 500 together, you need 2 trucks to put aside to break the entire rope apart. So our next speaker is the vice chairperson from Uganda Chambers of Mines and Petroleum. Now, Uganda Chambers of Mines and Petroleum puts together people from different industries, especially from the mines and the petroleum industry. Now they are rebranding to Uganda Chambers of Energy and Minerals. And as we welcome the vice chairperson, I'd like to also recognize that they are a partner for this conference. So welcome with me, Ms. Pamela Nantamba, the vice chair, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and she's also a partner at PwC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try not to follow protocol, but I think I saw the chair for the board, Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I recognize you and the board members here present. The rest, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to add my voice to the MCs for the day to welcome you to this second day of our conference. It is an honor and privilege for the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum to address you at this 5th National Content Conference. The Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum is very grateful to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for the continued leadership that they have provided to the sector, but also most importantly, for the platform that they have given to the chamber to partner with them in making sure that this conference happens and it's a success. The Petroleum Authority, your commitment in advancing national content is commendable, and it's critical in shaping the future of oil and gas in Uganda, and that we truly, truly appreciate as the chamber, and we do not take for granted. By now, I'm sure all of us can agree that national content is no longer a buzzword. And I was listening earlier to the ladies that were sharing their experiences from yesterday and what they learned, and some of them were saying they've already been able to engage and get some deals out of this conference, which for me speaks to the fact that national content is not a mere buzzword, but it is something that we take seriously as the chamber alongside the different stakeholders. And for sure, it is a cornerstone of Uganda's socio-economic transformation, especially within the oil and gas sector, and also looking beyond into the minerals sector. What is critical for us is ensuring that local businesses, entrepreneurs, and the communities are active participants, and that they are beneficiaries of opportunities that are presented within the sector. And we know that the extractives industry by nature is finite, so it's important that our approach to local content transcends the immediate gains of employment or procurement, to ensure that it encompasses transfer of knowledge, transfer of skills, and development of our local enterprises, our local communities as well. We've made remarkable strides as a country, for sure, in terms of policies, in terms of the frameworks that have been put in place under the Petroleum Authority and other policymakers, stakeholders, which have enabled the sector to move forward pretty fast. And we are seeing a number of companies participating. You know, the fact that we have this big number of people here is evidence that there is interest in the sector, and that we are all looking to understand it better, to find opportunities, and make sure that we are taking advantage of those opportunities. So we, as a chamber, continue to encourage us to seize these opportunities, to solidify our positions, and to make sure that, you know, we aim to be regional leaders in sustainable extractive industries. A number of statistics have been presented both in this conference, but also in previous engagements that we have had. And I will not go back to speak in detail about those statistics. But if we think about what we know in terms of number of companies that are registered on the National Supplier Database, 80% of those being Ugandan companies. If we think about the companies that are already providing goods and services, in terms of procurements that have already happened, we were told $2 billion, which is 40% of those contracts has gone so far to Ugandan companies. We've been told about the technology transfer, 35 JVs that have been awarded contracts, employment, training, and all that information. This clearly demonstrates the significant strides that we have made as a country. That said, there have been challenges. There are still some challenges that need to be addressed. And as a chamber, we continuously pledge to work with the different stakeholders, to work with Ugandan companies that are keen to participate in the sector, to make sure that we are dealing with these challenges. If we think about challenges of limited capacity, challenges of regulatory hurdles, some gaps in our technical expertise, all these require continued concerted effort from all the stakeholders to be able to bridge those gaps. And we're committed to supporting and to being part of the conversations that are ongoing, to engage with our stakeholders, to engage with you, the people that are looking to participate in the sector, to understand these challenges better so that we can collaboratively work with Petroleum Authority and other stakeholders to address those challenges. We do understand that collaboration is truly the bedrock upon which we'll be able to develop this sector together. In terms of foreign linkages, we do also support our members to foster partnerships beyond just our local boundaries. As a chamber, we are developing linkages between Ugandan companies and emerging African territories. So we encourage you, do not shy away to reach out, to find out what opportunities are present, how you can make sure that you tap into those linkages to learn, but to also create joint venture partnerships that will support you as you look to participate in the sector. I guess the other thing perhaps I can say before I try and wrap up my speech is to mention the fact that even as we participate as Ugandans, even as we look to train, make ourselves better and engage, we need to make sure that we do it in a very sustainable manner. And there are a couple of sessions that are coming up today that will speak to some of the things that we need to think about, tax being one of them, financing being the other, and many others. It is imperative and important that as contractors, as Ugandans, and as Ugandan companies looking to build ourselves, strengthen our capacity, we take advantage of the resources that are available and build ourselves and equip ourselves for the job. As we focus on the future that we want to see, I urge us all to reflect on the enduring impact we seek to achieve as a country. And national content should be able to empower us, empower the communities to foster innovation, and to create a legacy of sustainable development. I urge us to aspire to create an environment where every Ugandan feels that they have a stake in this success of the oil and gas sector. And I believe that this conference, similar conferences that have been arranged, the different forums that are available for us are all looking to achieve that objective. So let us make use of them, the sessions, the networking that comes throughout the day, so that we do not leave here feeling like we are not part of this success story. I'd like to thank again the Petroleum Authority for all the initiatives that they continue to put in place to support national content. And I know we have National Content Awards later today. This is one of the initiatives that we believe has given some energy to entities that are already participating in the sector, who we have seen come forward to nominate themselves, to share their stories, explain, what challenges they have faced. And it is, for us, a success story because we then see Ugandan companies coming through to own this space and to make sure that they are encouraging others to come along. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I urge all of us, policymakers, industry leaders, communities, to commit to the ideals of inclusivity, transparency, and sustainability, and together we can build a sector that is not only profitable, but also equitable and transformative. Thank you so much, and I wish you all a great day and great deliberations for the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. I agree totally with what she said, that we must take advantage of these opportunities and listen to people. In fact, the person who is coming next, I am going to be seated up. I'm going to be paying attention. In fact, I'm going to make sure I record his presentation on my phone. He's coming to talk about tax challenges and tax incentives. Because as you're making money, at the same time, you must give back to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So, are there incentives or are there challenges along the way? We need to know these things. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Director, Legal and Corporate Affairs, Mr. Ali Sekatawa. Big round of applause as he makes his way.
Thank you, Mitch. Are you still called Dr. Mitch?
Yes, I am, sir.
When do you hand over?
I
went to university with Mitch. He has never handed over the microphone for 25 years. Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to the second day of this conference. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our brothers from Ghana. You're welcome. And our brothers from Nigeria, you're also welcome, and all the other guests that have come today. My session today is about tax. And as you know, they say in this world, nothing is said to be certain except death and taxes. But the only difference between death and taxes is that death doesn't get changed every time Parliament or Congress sits, but taxes do that. So now that we all know, we've seen the opportunities around, we've also seen the numbers, I think it is the right opportunity for us to discuss the tax opportunities that come with the benefits. So I have brought to you a panel. I will invite Pamela Nantamba, who has been here and is returning in her capacity now as a managing partner of PwC. Let's give her a round of applause. PwC, as you know, is one of the big four tax companies, advisors in the world. Please, Pamela. I will also welcome Mr. Lawrence Muwonge, who is the acting manager, Petroleum and Mining, Tax Department in the Uganda Revenue Authority. And I will welcome Mr. Humphrey Asimwe as the CEO of Uganda Chamber of Mines to give us a perspective of tax from a private sector's view. Welcome. So we shall use 30 minutes for this discussion, and then I will ask the audience, considering that we have business people, students, and all other players, to ask a few questions. I will start with Muonge from URA to tell us about the tax regime that applies to oil and gas specifically, and what incentives do they have and opportunities do they have for our taxpayers. I will also ask him to take us through any administrative issues or desks they have created in order to facilitate taxpayers for specifically oil and gas, and also share the contacts of the responsible people so that if everyone lives here, he knows where to go for purposes of making sure there is compliance. Mr. Muonge.
Thank you. Good morning, delegates. Greetings from the URA family and the Commissioner General of URA. We are all, everyone in the room is a taxpayer. The URA family appreciates your valuable tax contribution to the development of this country. I will go head on to the question. In URA, we have two categories of players in this industry, the petroleum industry. We have the oil companies, whom we call the licensees, and then we have the contractors. Now, as far as the tax regime is concerned, the licensees, the tax structure or the tax regime for licensees is composed of the taxes from the tax laws, the VAT, the income tax, and then the petroleum revenue from the agreement. At the moment, because production hasn't yet commenced, the revenues we get as far as petroleum revenue is concerned is surface rental, training levy, and signature bonus for those guys who have just taken up license areas. We also collect the taxes from the tax laws, that is the pay as you earn if you have employees, withholding tax on payment for goods and services. We haven't yet started collecting income tax because, as we all know, we do not have any company yet producing. Now, the other category of player we have, like I said, are the contractors. Contractors are the suppliers to the oil companies. Now, these ones are categorized according to the tier. We have tier 1. These ones they supply directly to the licensed oil and gas companies. Then we have tier 2. Tier 2 are suppliers to the suppliers of oil companies. I would give an example. McDermott is a tier 1 because the contract is for Total Energies. Then the suppliers to McDermott, we refer them as tier 2. So, in this room, we have tier 1s, we have tier 2s, and we have tier 3s. Meaning tier 3s supply to the supplier of the oil company. So, here the tax structure or the tax regime is income tax, VAT, withholding, the tax types, like any other taxpayer has registered for. Now, what have we done as URA? The incentives or the opportunities we've given out. The URA has offered specialized tax services. The URA created a petroleum and mining office to deal with extractives, the extractive sector in Uganda. This office was opened in 2019, just before FID. We've now got experts, we've got managers. We have a variety of people with different skills. Now, all players, the contractors in the different tiers, the licensed oil companies are managed in this office. The reason is to ensure that we bring a pool of taxpayers and we address the problems at the same time with the same skills and offer very fast service. We all know that oil is here, we need it out as soon as yesterday, and it is important that we work together as partners to ensure that the oil is out. Now, this office has come out to offer special services. One of them is registration. So far so good, the framework put up by PAO, anyone intending to supply oil and gas is registered even before they get to the National Supplier Database. However, you have employees, you have contractors who need to get registered. The traditional approach in URA is you register online, you bring your forms, sign here, go here, look for so and so, call for so and so. Now, for oil and gas, the opportunity is you don't need to go through that hassle. You simply send an email. I'll provide you with my contact just before I leave here. You only send an email. We provide any kind of registration, whether it's for employees or for your suppliers. We do it without you having to move anywhere. We also come to your premises, we educate you. We've got a number of companies supplying human resource, offering human resource services. Employees are now offered through consultancy firms. We've approached these consultancy firms, educated them, trained them on their obligations and what needs to be done as far as complying with the URA is concerned. Now, as we all know that oil and gas, there are a lot of equipment being imported. We've created an efficient customs processing team. These items no longer delay at the border. From experience, when I was a child, we knew that goods would take weeks at Nakawa. Then, that time they used to call it Nakawa, or Malaba, or Busia. But now, with the coming of oil and gas, and this team that I've talked about, consignments destined for oil and gas are processed within the very, very short time. And many of these consignments carry tax exemptions. So you write to us, you call us, that you know what, I have a consignment, I'm going to supply McDermott, I'm going to supply Total, so that we get to know in advance. We process exemption letters so that when the consignments reach, there's no delay in any way whatsoever. We also process exemptions. The commonest exemption in process on a day-to-day is VAT deeming. We all know that as far as oil companies are concerned, VAT is waived. However, in the language of the law, this needs to be managed. I am the team leader for managing that facility. On a day-to-day, many of our contractors, Tier 1, Tier 2, do not know what has to be done. My office is responsible. You write to us an email, we manage the process. So far, so good. The process used to be manual. Taxpayers would move up. Some would write to the Commissioner General. Some would write to the Commissioner Customs. However, right now we've created an online system that manages this, and we no longer want contractors to be burdened by this process. The oil companies write to us, they apply online, the application comes, and then it's processed within less than a week. And the other one is about VAT refunds. As you supply to the oil companies, VAT is deemed, is waived. However, VAT was incurred as a cost.
Mr. Mwonge, I think on VAT, how long maybe do you take to give the refund? Because it's one of the major issues that has been coming out. I think you should address the timing and if there are any hiccups, then what do you do so that we can maybe move to PwC? I know it's one of the major complaints from the industry.
All right, thank you. All companies supplying oil and gas and have been migrated to the oil and gas office. We've talked to the ministry, we've talked to everyone, the stakeholders in charge. We used to have a problem. We would process refunds, but there's no money to be paid. We would process a refund, complete it, but getting a payment would take months. Now, this is what we've done as URA. Processing a VAT refund takes less than 30 days. If all documentation is provided,
okay,
processing a refund takes...
Does that include the actual refund to the taxpayers?
Yes, I'm coming. Now, processing, getting approval takes how many? Only not more than 30 days. Let me speak like a lawyer. Not more than 30 days. That refund is forwarded to finance. Finance pays in the next week. Now, today is the 29th. Assume a contractor, one of the contractors in this room.
Okay, Mr. Muonge, in short, within 6 weeks, someone will have been paid.
Someone will have been paid.
Okay, I think we can maybe stop it from there, and then we hear out from an actual taxpayer or the one who has been interacting with you from PwC. Maybe PwC now, you can tell us based on your experience on handling tax compliance for oil and gas, how is the Ugandan tax regime in terms of clarity, certainty, and timeliness in answering the taxpayers' issues, especially, as he said, for exemptions, for refunds, but also in respect to tax payment?
Thank you. Thank you, Ali. I think Lawrence has spoken to a number of aspects in terms of the different provisions that are within the law around the different participants in the sector, the licenses, the Tier 1 contractors and Tier 2, which we are aligned on. And one of the things I think, Lawrence, that we have seen within the sector, one, the desk at the URA has been of great use. The fact that there's a dedicated desk there that takes care of the oil and gas sector. And they're able to respond to questions, they're able to provide quick access to registration and benefits of that nature. The VAT deeming as well has provided benefits to some extent. I think, however, it has come with a couple of challenges, which you have alluded to in terms of if I provide services to the sector, but there's no extension of that deeming further down the chain, then you end up with a position where you have to claim refunds for VAT. And if the process is not expedited, it then means that the contractor or subcontractor who is in a position of VAT refunds is then faced with challenges around the cash flows. And this is a conversation we have had over time. And I'm glad to hear, and we'll yet maybe hear from the people in the room, I'm glad to hear that there's been progress around how long it takes to get those refunds back, because that there was a critical issue.
In your experience, is the 6 week real, or it's just Mr. Muonge's? Because for you ask the refund yourselves.
I am yet to experience that 6 weeks recently, and I'm just trying to be careful with my words. Yes. But yes, I think we still have challenges that need to be addressed, and perhaps it's more an issue of are the refunds available as opposed to the process of actually clearing or approving that refund. So that is something that definitely URA together with the Ministry of Finance have to work on to resolve. Okay. There's another critical one, which is around the text in our law that says you need to be, the use being exclusively for the oil and gas sector. We have found challenges where I will give an example. If PwC provides services to the oil and gas sector, but it also provides services to other sectors, and you have a contract with either Total, CNOOC, McDermott, and you're seeking to get VAT deeming. And I'm using PwC for simplicity, but we have seen it with other contractors in the sector that actually provide services or goods to the oil companies. Now, you get to the point of registering for VAT deeming, which should be giving you an advantage from a VAT perspective, and the URS says, no, we cannot verify that your services are exclusively for use in the sector.
Okay.
Then you get into a situation where Total is saying, or CNOOC or McDermott is saying, as far as we are concerned, VAT should be deemed. So if you issue us an invoice with VAT, we are not going to pay you VAT.
Okay.
But URA is saying, we are not going to give you that deeming. So you have to pay, as PwC, tax to URA, which either Total or CNOOC or whoever else has not paid to you.
I think, yes, that's a point. I think that and refund. But as you know, we, as a country, we depend on taxes. You seem to be concentrating on the exemptions and refunds. Can you share with us whether you're actually paying the taxes that sustain us as PwC and advising your clients to pay? Because there is a temptation for all of you to start on exemptions and refunds. So, but we all know we go to UPE, USE, Mulago, we need taxes to sustain this economy. So the oil and gas sector should not be an exemption-based sector. Maybe you can share with us your do's and don'ts to the clients in terms of tax compliance and paying their taxes, and whether they are actually paying.
Thanks, Ali. It is no doubt that the taxpayers are actually paying taxes. A number of people in this room, ourselves, we don't only do work with the oil and gas sector, we do work with other sectors. A number of taxes, for example, corporate income tax, VAT, withholding taxes cut across. These exemptions are only to propel the oil and gas sector to go forward. So from, building on to what Lawrence has said, every time a contractor walks through the door, one, we advise them, if you're a non-resident, you need to be considering setting up a joint venture with a local entity, or if you're going to operate as a non-resident, you need to be able to get that approval to do so. For those that then end up registering here, we support them in terms of making sure if there's any VAT to be registered for, they register. If there's withholding tax to be paid in form of the services that are rendered, that is paid as well. So in terms of the regime for the sector and payment for taxes, there is a standard regime for corporation tax, there is a standard regime for withholding tax with certain variations, of course, and VAT as well.
Thank you. So now, Pamela represents the big boys, but Mr. Simwe is the CEO for all the entities, including the small boys in Hoima, in Bulisa, and so on. Mr. Simwe, can you share with us the opportunities to whether actually the tax structure is assisting all the members of your association, right from the people in Bulisa, Hoima, up to Mutukula, and what issues you have seen that need to be addressed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekatawa. So, from the point of view of the chamber, because our membership cuts across, whether it is an IOC or a Tier 3, are all part and parcel of the chamber. Everybody is welcome to be part of the chamber, as long as you are in the entire supply chain or any part of the supply chain in oil and gas. And we've done some research amongst our members and in the sector to find out what are the pain points. It is good to note, and I'm happy to note, that there are certain things that are working. The regulations are in place. The unit that Mr. Monge talked about is in place, and that unit has assisted very much to streamline the processes around oil and gas taxation. The exemptions and the exemption regime is in place, and it's not that companies are seeking for exemptions because Ugandans don't want to pay taxes. By and large, Ugandans are compliant, and Ugandan companies would want to pay a fair and equitable tax. That what is good for the goose should be good for the gander as well. It should be across the board. So at the end of the day, what we are finding is we don't want to have a tax regime that is strangling the small boys because it is favoring the big ones. And that is what happens, especially with this whole deeming story. Because deeming goes as far as tier 1. And for the ECOP contracts, as far as tier 2. Below that, you're at the mercies of God. What that means is, if you're a supplier, over-supplier of an IOC, you're meant to pay the VAT. You're basically contributing cash flow to the big boys who don't need it. And you have got to find a way of paying it. In addition, we've found, for example, we did a study in 2022 and 2023 about the payment cycles.
Don't you get back that money through the VAT mechanism, or does it? Where does the final incidence fall?
Yes, you get back the money through the VAT mechanism, but you see, there is a cash flow issue.
The timing of getting back the money.
Yes, because, linked to my second point, we did a study that shows that the average payment cycle, okay, the average payment cycle in 2022 and 2023 was 67 days for a contract. Meaning that the day you invoice to the day the invoice is accepted, there is a gap there, and usually the contract stated that from invoice acceptance to invoice payment was anywhere from 30 to 45 days. And our study showed it was 67 days in total from invoicing. But remember, Mr. Mwonge and our lovely tax people, for them, by the 15th, you have got to pay the VAT. It does not matter.
Okay.
Now, what that did is that it created strain down the line, tier 2, tier 3, because for them the VAT is not deemed.
Okay, Asim, I think that's a point taken. That's the VAT question, and
Yes.
it's where we started with Mr. Mwonge, vis-a-vis the timing of the invoicing and payment.
Yes.
What other opportunities do we find or challenges in the tax regime? Because there are all the other taxes, payee and so on, that we can probably touch on.
Yeah, so the opportunities still in the law, there is exemption on plant and machinery, okay, which is indeed a welcome exemption. That if you're bringing in plant and machinery for oil and gas, or even for anything. Actually, in the law, it is, even if you bring it for manufacturing, there is that exemption to try and encourage.
Has that process been effective? Because it goes
Yes.
through PAU and the URA.
So
Has
that-
it been effective in terms of facilitating business?
Yeah, so that process is effective. And it continues to work, and we're grateful to PAU and the IOCs who go ahead to, write the support to say, yes, to URA that this is indeed for for the oil and gas. However, there arose a couple of issues because the sector does come up to us as a chamber because our role is advocacy. That where there are pain points, please take this on for us. One of the issues, for example, was when goods or equipment especially was imported temporarily into the country.
Yes.
Okay? And say you brought in trucks, you have them in temporarily for a duration, for a certain part of the project. They come in and they're given those red plates, meaning that they are exempted. At the point of re-export
Yes.
of that plant and machinery, there arose a request for the import duty again.
Yes.
Okay? And what this said to us is, within the URA and the tax structures, that there is need for awareness. that everyone should be reading from the same script.
Thank you.
That if the petroleum unit, the oil and gas, the extractives unit in URA has allowed for that to be brought in temporarily, it means that at the point of re-export, it should just be deregistered and go out, not again be subject to import duty.
Okay.
Then the last one I can point out is an issue with manpower agencies. Again, you have manpower agencies who are holding the risk of staff, meaning paying the staff, making sure that capacity building and staff welfare is taken care of for the staff that are seconded, say, to an IOC or any of the other companies. What then happens is the salaries of these staff are definitely, can be, and Pamela would probably help us on this one. It's basically a reimbursable cost, that this is just an in and out. If you're going to pay this staff, all the money that was received for their pay from the client goes directly to the staff.
Yes.
Period. The challenge then comes if URA adds VAT on that.
Yes.
Okay? Adds VAT on that cost. So you're basically charging VAT on the agency fees for this manpower company, but then you're also adding VAT on the salaries of the staff, which should be a reimbursable cost.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simwe. I think there is a unanimous view that the industry wants to pay. It is compliant. Ideologically, that's very, very important, because the discussions yesterday were about opportunities and value. How do you spread value of the oil and gas? By paying this tax, which goes to UPE in a village or a road. And I think all of us, that's why we wanted to have this discussion, that we all acknowledge that you can't come into the country and you want to do business and you don't pay taxes. Because the tax people say you can't tax business, and business doesn't pay taxes. It only collects the taxes. 2, if you're not employed, you don't pay. It is only when you're employed that the tax people come. So yesterday they showed us the business, they showed us the employment. As long as Muonge comes to you, it means that you're either earning, you are in business, or you are in employment. And tax is a good problem, because it is a problem for the person who is working. I think with those few issues that have been highlighted, maybe Muonge will note and see what issues he has, what he can answer on VAT on top of the employment structure, especially for people like, I think, Aldelia, who are doing manpower management, and your interpretation. And the question of refund is still, as you can see, there's a gap between when people are invoicing, receiving money, and when you refund. And it is actually affecting the small businesses. I will then open up, as you're thinking through, I will open up to you guys. We've structured this more or less as a free tax advisory session. It's not an intellectual discussion. So if you have any question that relates to tax, please put up your hand and ask either URA or PwC for the big boys, or ask your CEO, who is here representing your interests. Then we can maybe wrap up in the next 20 minutes. So if there are any questions, Muzei Mitch, where is he?
Seeing that you and I were in school at the same time, I think that makes you also not young, sir. I'd like to say I felt like editing your time, but number one, seeing that we have someone from the Uganda Revenue Authority, you never know, they could levy more taxes on me. So I was very, very cautious. But I must say the discussion is exactly what a lot of organizations, you're very correct about that 61-day. There are times when actually organizations have been paid 70 to 80 days later. So we'd like you to continue fighting that battle for us. In fact, we're voting for you as presenter of the day. Let's clap for him, ladies and gentlemen. So how much more time do you need? Can we give you 5 more minutes?
Give me 5 minutes for 2 questions only from the public, then we close.
My co-host, would you like to take away those 5 minutes?
Yes, I would like to take away the 5 minutes. If you have any questions, let us use Slido, please. Next panel discussion needs to happen now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have no authority now. Maybe use less than a minute to say your closing remarks, and then we can end this tax advisory. And maybe give your emails to the people. And just for your information, PwC is a service provider. I'm sure there are very many other tax service providers here for purposes of transparency that you can approach for purposes of this conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe to quickly say, my advice, first of all, to our SMEs, local companies, is as you start out, contracting is very important. What I have experienced is that when you don't get it right from the point of contracting, you will struggle through the rest of the process. So you need to understand, am I a direct contractor with a licensee? Am I a subcontractor to a contractor? And what does that mean for me from all the taxes that we've been, from the perspective of all the taxes that we've been discussing? And what are the tax clauses saying? What are my obligations? So get to understand that from the start. Get to understand the payment terms, because those are going to have an implication on the VAT and all these other things that we have been discussing. On the other side, I guess now directing it to the URA, I think it's critical for the URA to engage with the taxpayers from the perspective of understanding the local challenges that are being faced. I know sometimes the response we get is it's a policy issue, go to the Ministry of Finance. But other times, even when it is seemingly a policy issue, there is conversation that can happen to understand what can practically be worked on, especially to help with the cash flow challenge, because that is a critical one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Asimwe.
Thank you. I agree entirely on the issue of, at the point of contracting, that is where a lot of these issues can be resolved. That, make sure that you're clear about the terms, you know what is required of you. Before signing that contract, you're sure about what you're signing. Can you handle? Are you able to sustainably continue to service that contract? As a chamber, we are also committed to continuing our regular tax dialogues. And when we have the tax dialogues, we'll invite you to come through. You have any issues tax related, come, let's sit down, have the discussion. We invite usually URA is there, the Ministry of Finance, who are the policymakers, the PAU are always very supportive and present, the Ministry of Energy. All the people concerned are in the room so that we can discuss and find solutions. On the issue of VAT and the time that it takes for payment of contracts, we continue to urge that what is happening in the transport sector, the road construction and sector, where cash accounting is used, that you only pay VAT at the point at which you receive money. When you have a contract with government, the moment you receive money, that's the point at which URA will be able to take their VAT. We can do the very same thing in this sector. We are willing to be compliant. We are compliant. We know that the setup in URA is very automated, so you can know and see when I've been paid, so that is the point at which the VAT becomes due. Instead of having people running to the banks, auctioning their houses and all those kinds of things just to pay VAT.
Thank you. Thank you.
We can do some of those things. And then the last one is, the last one is on this refund story. So if I am due for a refund, for example, for VAT of X amount, but I have a tax head that I'm yet to pay on this other side, okay? Maybe an import duty bill, or I have a payee bill on this other end. It's going to the same account, same government, same URA. Why don't you offset?
Thank you, Asimwe. Thank you. You're becoming very popular, and you're threatening the moderators. I need to cut you off. But Asimwe has a point, which Mr. Muwonge, you should very briefly answer. Why don't you do a set-off at that point? That's the first. The second is the timing for the refund. I think maybe that question should also be answered by the people who are paying. Why can't they also reduce? But Mr. Muwonge, why don't you do a set-off? You have less than a minute to conclude and leave your address so that this conversation can continue with the taxpayers.
Thank you. As I conclude, I must say that any oil and gas contractor who has not approached or who does not know the Petroleum Office may have challenges. Please always look out for me and the rest of the colleagues. As far as offsetting, the URA system has been improved significantly as far as utilizing credits, as far as moving payments that you had paid, you had credits in earlier period, you have excess payments in other tax types. We have improved greatly on that scale. And please, just approach us and we guide you on that.
So Muwonge, you're saying it's possible?
It is possible. And
okay, can you just share your contact so that we can conclude? I think Muwonge says the proposals are possible, URA, and maybe let him share his contact so that we can save time for the next panel.
My contact is 772-0772 14 66. My email is my name, lmuwonge @ura.go.ug.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. A round of applause for my panelists. I think one of the key takeaways is that we should all seek for tax advice before we sign these contracts, and we should all be compliant. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panel members and moderator. Could we please take a picture together? Thank you. And as we conclude the previous discussion, as a financial analyst, taxes are close to heart because they affect the bottom line. And the next discussion is also very close to heart as a financial analyst and a previous banker. We're going to have financial institutions. And our next discussion is on strengthening collaboration between local businesses and financial institutions to develop affordable financing options for maximizing national content opportunities. I'll invite Mr. Tony Otoa, the Chief Corporate Officer at Uganda National Oil Company, to come and moderate this panel. Thank you, Mr. Otoa.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. I know we didn't give you breakfast, but tea is coming up. So good morning, everyone. Now, I know as businesses, you're always wondering where you're going to get the money to invest, right? The URA guy sometimes doesn't have to wait for you or your 60 days to be able to pay him. You know, URA has been on many businesses' cases for the last few days or months, and I guess money and cash flow is one of the biggest challenges. So this panel is going to be a panel that's talking about money. And the reason why we're all here, I guess, is because of money, right? There's a lady I had who said, I'm here for connections and here to make money. I remember the lady who said that in the morning when we had just started. So this panel is just going to be really one that's going to focus on finance. And we're going to look at how we can strengthen our business collaboration and institutions to develop affordable financing. Now, the key word here being affordable. Okay? So on my panel, and I'll allow them to just step up here, is Aaron Akampa, who is Head of Enterprise Banking at Stanbic Bank. Aaron? You can clap for him because you never know how much money he'll give you, or he'll recognize you and probably give you a better deal. And then from Absa Bank, we have Philip Niwamanya. Philip? Okay, and from Capital Markets Authority, we have Dixon Sembuya. Dixon, please. And from Post Bank, we have Brenda Mpora. Brenda Mpora. Okay, so we're going to be discussing money. And they always say money is the only thing that makes the world go round. So I hope that this panel is going to be able to execute it. Now, we have lost time, so I'm going to try my best to make this a very efficient panel, to give you an opportunity as well to ask questions, but also to have this as engaging as possible. So I'm going to start off with Aaron without wasting so much time as we wait for Madam Pora to settle in. Aaron, you come from what they call the big bank. I am an old boy of the big bank. And I wanted just to ask you, Aaron, when it comes to money, what financial innovations have you come up with? Because as we have seen over time, lots of businesses have struggled to actually get a bank to support them. Many times people have decided to go to money lenders to support them. And what happens when the oil companies or the contractors do not pay in time? They are hit on the head. So what innovations at Stanbic have you come up with?
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, everyone. I think with regards to what we have been able to come up with is, first and foremost, it has to start with an understanding of the sector, an understanding of the challenges that the sector faces, because ultimately when a business comes or when an SME comes for money, they're trying to solve a problem. They're not coming for money for the sake of getting money. But I think before, when we tried to do this the traditional way for oil and gas, we quickly realized there is challenges. The SMEs that are coming in, the equity base is not where it's supposed to be. If you think about the track record of some of our companies, some of our SMEs, compared to the size of contracts they're getting, there was always a mismatch. I mean, it's the beginning of this journey. If you think about the relationships that they've created, some of them are in joint ventures for the first time, and the complexities. I'm glad we're coming after the tax discussion. So we had to first start to think through these challenges and realize, the other big one, they don't have collateral. No one is sitting with collateral to the tune or to the size of the contracts that are being awarded within this sector. Now, once we understood that, we started to think, we must design financing that is anchor-based or anchor-driven. Do we understand who the key players are? Who the key anchors who are giving out these contracts are? And then can we tailor-make all our funding or our financing against these contract receivables, against specific milestones that can be met and can be measured, and we break it up, as opposed to trying to give out a lot of debt at the same time, and then the challenges that I highlighted come back to bite us.
Now, Aaron, you talk about understanding the customer as a bank, but also understanding the contractors or the guys who have given in the contracts. I just wanted to now dive into this whole idea of, high interest rates and the collateral requirements. How do you manage that? Because many of the guys here will tell you, we probably do not have a house or a mansion to stake for this facility. How do you navigate that?
So our interest rates are risk-based. I mean, how we price is really risk-based. We've really come down on rates with regards to funding for contracts within the spaces, especially for what you would call reputable counterparties, most of whom are in this room with us, right? Because they have safeguarded, they've put enough sufficient control. So what we have done to bring the interest rates down and to not have these large collateral requirements is to ensure that we work closely with the off-takers or the anchors who are awarding these contracts to say, you know what, how do we de-risk the contract? How do we ensure that every element of this contract we know and there is controls in place? Case in point, if you are importing elements from China, do I understand every single touch point? Because what a lot of the players are doing is you go ahead and identify a supplier. You go and vet that supplier, right? Together, not just the SME flying to China. They've never been to China. They are sourcing for a supplier. Then they find themselves with this. So if you're working with Total has gone, they've identified somebody in France, this company is already pre-contracted by them, they've done work for them in other countries, you are introduced, what I'm then doing is transferring money or creating funding so I've eliminated performance risk already, right? Okay. So then I can bring interest rates way down because the risk around performance has been met, and then the risk around payment, which is coming from a reputable company like Total, I'm not too worried about that as well. So,
okay, thank you so much, Aaron. So I guess you can see, or what you're trying to say is that you need to have that relationship with your client.
Absolutely.
And support them, but also work around them in this whole business deal conversation.
You must address, you must know the value chain and must address the entire value chain for you to de-risk and bring funding costs down, but also not have collateral requirements.
Okay, we'll come back to that, Aaron. Now let's just move to Philip. Philip, you are doing something similar. You are solutioning for the businesses. And by the way, when you were Barclays, I remember Barclays was supposed to be the bank for the elite, and now you're ABSA. But how, now that you're ABSA and now that you're solutioning for the normal guy, how are you doing this? And how are you supporting these normal businesses that probably have this whole thing that, banks are not doing it for us the right way? How are you doing it at ABSA?
Thank you, Tony, and good morning to the participants. So we're solutioning for this sector in a couple of ways. The starting point is the way we are structuring the financing. I think in the traditional way of banking, banking was based on a balance sheet, the size of your balance sheet. But the approach we've taken as ABSA is to take a view of the contract, to look at the contract and how the contract is structured. So one, we support the sector based on forward-looking cash flows. So we rely on the cash flows that are going to come from the contract, as opposed to looking at the size of your balance sheet. That is one. Then two, again, around the structuring, we try and make sure that the financing is structured to the contract. So we've been hearing stories about payment terms of 45 days, 60 days, even 120 days. So we do accommodate that. I mean, if you have a contract of 45 days, I'm happy to give you a repayment tenor of 60 days, just to allow for any additional delays that may come through in the process. But also from a collateral perspective, as you've rightly put it, most of the entities do not have landed property, a house, say that is valued at $2 million, right? So what we've done now as a bank is we've looked at alternative, structures for securitizing these loans. So one of the things we've done is we've partnered with insurance companies. So, and when we partner with insurance companies, we do get two solutions. So we do get insurance indemnities that we can then use to support issuance of things like performance guarantees, advance payment guarantees. Then for areas where we are trying to mitigate, say, payment risk, we also take on trade credit risk insurance from these insurance companies, and we can lend on the basis of that. But we also do have products in the bank that are light on security. So, and those are really post-performance products. So if we talk about something like invoice discounting, I mean, you've raised an invoice to the operator, they've accepted the invoice, but the operator is going to pay you after 45 days. You can't bring that invoice to the bank and get it discounted up to 80%. And the security requirement for invoice discounting is very light because we'll simply ask for a personal guarantee from the director and an assignment of receivables, which is really light.
So ideally, as a normal guy here, I have gotten a contract from one of the companies of, say, let's say 200 million. I can just walk into you and say, this is my LPO, I need money, and you'll provide that to a tune of 80%.
80%, yes. For as long as you can demonstrate one prior experience in executing similar work. It doesn't have to be in the oil and gas sector because it's a new sector. And we can also reach out to the employer to confirm things like the authenticity of the contract and validate the LPO. Then we're happy to discount it.
Okay, let me just now go to the lady over there because, I just want to stick to the banks before I come to Capital Markets Authority. You are a bank that is seen as Omuntu Wawansi's bank, the common person's bank. Are you solutioning in the oil and gas space? And if you are, how are you doing it? And again, how does one who has only thought that it's about Stanbic and Absa walk to you and you can support them the best way possible, efficiently, but also with the right amounts of money?
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, everyone. So at Postbank, as you've said, we are known for Omuntu Wawansi, but again, we're a bank. Just to tell everyone here, we are a tier 1 bank, like my peers, and 100% government owned. So national content also touches us. So we have seen that person you called Omuntu Wawansi and understood their day-to-day life. So most of them, like for the local businesses, you find that they're actually operating, but they are not banked. And they would want to have these financial solutions. So we've gone ahead to innovate our Wendy wallet, which touches individuals, local businesses, everything. And they can come in and digitize their operations. They don't need to have a bank account. So we reach them wherever they are, digitize their operations. That means if I have a local business, even in the rural areas where the oil sector is, we can come in, digitize, and then we are able to get your transactions, even when you're not banked, even when you don't have an account with Postbank or any other bank. With this particular Wendy wallet, we are able to get your transactions digitized and then solution for you affordable financing. So we have structured it in that way to reach the last mile business, the last mile customer.
Right.
So even the customers who are using these businesses, we have worked for them this solution to be able to get it through their phone. They don't need to have a bank account. Just by the click of a USSD or app, whether you have a smartphone, whether you have internet, through the Wendy mobile wallet, we are able to get to this business and this customer. That way, the business is digitized, and then we use the same transactions to structure financing. They don't need collateral, and then we are able to reach them to grow their business.
This is quite interesting. I mean, how many of you have Wendy app on your phone? I see one. Now you see what you're missing. You see what you're missing because I have a very interesting friend. He had a contract for just 12 million shillings to provide tires to one of the companies. And he was looking for that 12 million shillings, and my brothers here could not immediately afford it. Could you or can you at Postbank be able to solution for that guy if he gets onto Wendy?
Yes. Thank you. So we are able to do so much more.
Yeah.
Like they just need to have the wallet, whether a business, and even in these communities, we've known where the oil sector is. There are communities around. Even as communities, they come together and save. So we are able to digitize that saving group,
right,
and then give them solutions in terms of affordable financing to be able to enhance their businesses. Yeah,
Wow,
all
that's
that
quite
is-
interesting.
is done digitally and without having to have a bank account. That's
How-
how we've been able to
How
do it.
many of you have digital wallets? I think the next Petroleum Authority conference should be on how to digitize our businesses, because clearly it is where we're headed, and I'm surprised that many people do not have that. But let's just come to CMA. Mr. Sembuya, you know, people have always thought that when you are looking for money, you first start with your relatives. Then when your relatives fail, you first go then to your friends. But if you have broke friends, you have to then run to the bank. Now, if the banks do not feel you, you have to die. CMA. First of all, tell the people here, because they might not actually know what CMA does, Capital Markets Authority, but what CMA does in terms of its mandate and how you can actually solution for oil and gas companies that are in the room today.
Thank you very much, Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I believe it's afternoon. I seem to have lost touch with time.
It's still morning.
Great. But I'm very delighted to actually, just share a few thoughts, specifically around capital markets. I know this is an area that people tend to believe is complex, but it's very simple. And maybe by just a show of hands, how many of you know about capital markets? By a show of hands. Okay, wonderful. I can see there are quite a number of converted people. But in a nutshell, I work for the Capital Markets Authority. We are regulators. We are a government agency. So I'm coming much more from the policy perspective. But in very simple terms, when you talk about capital markets, these are just markets like any other markets. I mean, when you want vegetables, you go to Nakasero. When you want used clothing, you go to Owino. Okay, so in the capital markets, you just have sellers of securities. These are usually companies, business owners, business founders who are looking to raise capital. And on the other hand, you have buyers. Okay, so these are people like me and you, pension funds, insurance companies, who have some savings and they're willing to deploy their savings to be utilized as long-term capital by businesses, governments, etc. Now, I must admit, in terms of access, in terms of visibility, there's still a lot to be done when it comes to capital markets. That is a fact. And the fact that I'm actually here is actually testament that, we're trying to reach you wherever you are through your business associations, through industry groups, okay? And we believe through that, then we should be able to spread the gospel around, what I consider to be non-bank, alternative, long-term financing, okay? But there are a couple of things before you actually tap into this non-bank, alternative, long-term financing that you need to consider as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, as a business founder. There are a couple of things you need to consider. Number one, your growth story. You need to have a very attractive growth story. Because usually those who are going to provide you money are very keen on your growth story. Cash flows, okay? You need to demonstrate an ability to generate cash flows, because for you to be valued, for you to get access to this capital, it's all about how much cash flow you're actually able to generate in the future. So you need to have a very clear plan demonstrating an ability to generate future cash flows. Issues around corporate governance. You need to work on your corporate governance. Issues around financial reporting. You need to work on your financial reporting. Now, from a policy perspective, we have initiatives to prepare Ugandan businesses, founders of businesses, business owners to tap into this market-based financing. We have several initiatives, and they aim at improving your investment readiness, okay? They aim at improving your investment readiness, and the investment readiness comes through helping improve on your financial reporting, helping you improve on your strategy, helping improve on your governance. We have a program and with the European Union and financial sector deepening Uganda, where you can actually go and have your investment readiness improved. And of course, when your investment readiness improves, then that makes you a lot more attractive to the providers of capital. I hope, Tony, I've provided a bit of
That's quite interesting. But I just want now to bring the whole conversation. You know, Ugandans here do not like selling part of their businesses to entities. And I know Capital Markets Authority has some entities that would like to buy a piece of the business as a way of investing in it. I mean, by show of hands, how many of you would give a stake of your business for money to come in? You see, I told you, Ugandans like to have their thing. So how do you encourage people to look at this as an alternative source of financing? Because we are so stuck on the bank thing and borrowing. How do you do it?
Well, I can actually speak from a personal perspective. I think for those of you who grew up in the 80s, you must have come across a brand called Sembule back in the years. I mean, banking, industry, you name it. And from that particular experience, what I realize is that governance is always a challenge when it comes to our local businesses, okay? And one of the ways that a founder of a business can ensure that a business will outlive him, a business will have sound governance so that it can actually continue operating into the unforeseeable future, is by opening yourself up to this non-bank alternative financing, okay? Once you open yourself up to this environment, there's a lot of scrutiny, okay? There's a lot of requirements around governance, around transparency. And as a business owner, that to a very large extent can ensure that your business is able to outlive you, okay? Because of the checks and balances that will ensure that your governance is sound and you can actually pass on your business from one generation to the next. So opening up is one way of safeguarding your legacy. Opening up is one way of ensuring, building a business that is able to outlive you as a business owner and as a business founder. So that is food for thought. You open up, there's checks and balances that can ensure a business outlives you long after you've gone, and the business can be passed on across several generations.
Thank you very much. Now, Aaron, I'm just going to come back to you because I think I don't want everyone to run to CMA tomorrow and forget about you guys, the bankers. Let me just come back to you now and ask, what are you doing to prepare these businesses, just the way he's talked, explained, in terms of governance, so you can actually see a clean, healthy business, one that you can walk the journey with, like you just said earlier, and support properly or efficiently?
Well, I think the biggest thing we're doing, and Tony is on stage, we created the Stanbic Business Incubator. When I say we, Tony created the Stanbic Business Incubator when he was still with us. I think 2018 is when that journey started. And I think the challenges that he's highlighted, the challenges I highlighted earlier on, we had to find a home or a place where they can be addressed. And with the Stanbic Business Incubator, we have seen our businesses within the oil and gas space trained on matters of corporate governance, matters of compliance, and so many things around how to run your business more efficiently. And I think what I'm very proud of, about 2 weeks ago, we had an event where we called back some of the alumni to kind of share their testimonies. And it's fascinating the journey that they have moved through the last 5 to 6 years. I mean, there was such a long period when nothing was happening, and people were, some of these companies had invested, but the fact that they had been equipped with the right skill set, with the right knowledge, with practical information, not just theoretical. With the incubator, we go beyond just teaching the institution. We go into the institution. We help push them, and that those that have been trained can then come to the bank, and our willingness to support is even more enhanced because we feel like that access to that knowledge allows them to even be de-risked more. So when we had those testimonies from some of these entities that started out with minor valuations, and now these are 10, 20, $50 million valued companies over a 5-year period, thanks to this oil and gas story, but also thanks to the knowledge that was impacted with them at the incubator. And we're going regional, we're going to Hoima, we're going to Gulu, we're going to Mbarara to set up these regional centers. We're partnering with more players who we know have practical experience in this space that can continue to teach and impart knowledge to our SMEs as we see them go through their journey.
Philip, are you doing something similar on your side?
Thanks, Tony. So yes, we do have an ABSA SME Academy, and we do run it as a partnership with various players. I think we've done trainings in conjunction with GIZ, with the IFC, and the intention really is to build capacity, whether it's from a legal perspective, tax, financing, even day-to-day management. So we do have the ABSA SME Academy in place as well.
Fantastic. Now, Brenda, I'll come to you as we close. Where do you see yourself as a bank, or yourselves as a bank, supporting local businesses beyond the Wendy app, but also to, walk the journey with them as you grow?
Okay, thank you. So for starters, we are fortunate to be part of the banks that the government of Uganda appointed for the Grow loan. So the Grow loan is here to help any local women-led business, for starters, to see that they are growing their businesses. So that's one arm we are supporting these local businesses. Any kind of business, whether small.
So the boy child cannot come through.
No, I'm coming there for the maid. But yeah, the Grow loan for the women, any kind of business, whether it's small, micro, medium, we are there to support. Then we've also structured financing for all category for affordable rates for any kind of businesses. For those that have, of course, for those that have our contracts, we also do contract financing. For those that don't have and they're local businesses, we are helping them with capacity building to form groups and then digitize their transactions as a group, and then they are able to get financing without even having any collateral needed. We also do financial literacy to see that we empower these businesses and see them grow, transform from small to medium, all that. We are moving this journey with any local business out there, especially also in the oil sector now that it's coming up, to see that,
Thank you so much. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Dixon and Aaron. Now, any questions in the audience? Because I know, they say where money beats, it softens, right? Have you been softened? Okay, so since there are no questions from the audience, I just want to thank my very well-able panel for, doing this for us today. And I hope that as we survive and, try to make the best of next year, as businesses, these businesses can, these banks and CMA can be looked up to support. So thank you very much again, Aaron, Dixon, Philip, and Brenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tony. Would you like to continue? Because you look very comfortable behind the microphone.
Nick, sorry, Dr. Mitch, I know I'm not 25 years like you and Director
Faith.
The director said earlier, so I'll just stand for a picture and go.
It's okay. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Otoa. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite everybody for a tea break. Today we're going to do something special so that we can keep up with time. I'd like to ask that we go outside, we get a cup of tea plus something to eat, and then we come back to the room and we'll have a working tea break. So kindly pick up your... Yes, you have a question? Is it a matter of life and death? Because there's Slido, and then Tony and the team are going to be available. Is it really a matter of life and death? Okay, but since we are having a commercial break, people, you can please feel free to walk and pick your cup of tea and come back on the inside. Let me hear this question here. Yes, go ahead.
We did not get their contacts.
Tony Tony Otoa, we have not got the contacts. Whose contact do you want in particular? From where? Postbank. No, don't worry about Postbank. I have contacts in Postbank. You talk to me nicely. I'll get you everybody you need in Postbank. Don't fear. Whatever you need, I will take care of. But most of these organizations have a booth outside. You can go there, you can see their sales and marketing teams and engage with them. So ladies and gentlemen, feel free to go, grab yourself a cup of tea and make your way back inside, and we'll kick off in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, we're kicking off with the next session. Thank you very much. I've been informed that yes, even Postbank has a booth outside, so don't miss out on opportunities with engaging with all these financial institutions. Thank you very much and bon appetit.
Before being shipped and sold to other countries, vessels will be loaded from a dedicated facility located on a 2-kilometer long jetty extending into the open sea. Additional facilities will be built to support the pipeline's construction, such as the thermal insulation system plant in Sojo, Nzega region, 4 main camps for construction teams, pipe storage yards, and access roads. ECOP fully recognizes its responsibilities both to environment protection and the protection of the people and the communities that will be impacted by the project, especially during the construction phase, and is committed to adhering to the highest environmental standards throughout the project's life cycle. The project is committed to upholding not just the legal requirements in both Uganda and Tanzania, but also to fully comply with the IFC performance standards that set out international best practice in these areas. Comprehensive environmental and social impact assessments, ESIAs, have been conducted and robust mitigation plans have been developed to minimize the project's ecological footprint. ECOP also actively engages with local communities to ensure that their voices are heard and that they benefit directly from this development. The project land has been permanently acquired on behalf of the governments of Uganda and Tanzania and leased to the project for construction and operation. The land acquisition process has been conducted in accordance with national regulatory requirements and international best practices. Compensation, both in kind and in cash, has been provided to affected households, including special safeguards for vulnerable groups. The project has also implemented programs to restore or improve the quality of life and economic security of affected people and communities. The ECOP project is committed to ensuring that all landowners and users living along the pipeline corridor are treated with respect and compensated fairly. The construction of the ECOP pipeline, in combination with the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, will benefit the economies of Uganda and Tanzania, including tax revenues for the two host governments, job creation, new infrastructure, logistics, skills, and technology transfer. During the construction phase, it is anticipated that the project will provide over 10,000 direct and indirect employment opportunities. The project will also provide training and skilling opportunities, providing valuable experience in advanced construction and engineering fields. ECOP and its Level 1 contractors seek to maximize goods and services provided by companies in both Uganda and Tanzania, and will work with its local and national contractors, providing business opportunities for various sectors of the economy involved in pipeline design, construction, operation, and decommissioning, creating a ripple economic effect. Fostering local capacity development, this knowledge transfer will help build a foundation of skilled professionals who can contribute to other industrial projects in the region. The project will also contribute to the enhancement of the Central Trade Corridor between Uganda and Tanzania by developing new infrastructure, logistics, and improving the livelihoods of East Africans, marking a significant step towards unlocking East Africa's potential. The pipeline will be constructed and operated by a pipeline company, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, ECOP Limited, with shareholding from Total Energies, Uganda National Oil Company, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, and CNOOC.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
In a bid to increase the resource base of the country, my ministry embarked on the second field licensing round, which has significantly compressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them are in the room, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used a period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century. Unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
Could we get back into the hall, please?
WQS Recruitment Services is the East Africa joint venture between two award-winning workforce solutions companies, Q Sourcing ServTech and WRS. WRS brings 20 years experience of recruiting internationally, Q Sourcing ServTech Group has been providing recruitment and workforce solutions in East Africa since 2006. The joint venture has created a unique capability that will support the workforce needs of East Africa's energy sector for many years to come. WQS combines international reach with local expertise. Located in Uganda, operations are managed from our HQ in Kampala and supported by a network of offices in Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Mozambique. WQS supports projects across
Listen. This is the sound of humans moving across the earth, of the wonders they draw from the ground. Hear the call of adventure, the desire to always go further, higher. Strength of a network that supplies power to the heart of Africa to make it beat day after day. It's the sea. It's the port. It's the rail. It's the road. It adorns itself with 1,000 colors, 1,000 songs, 1,000 smiles. It is the logistics of the African continent. It is the strength of a company with a century of know-how. It's AGL.
Erased a debt of almost 60% of GDP. They were also able to create a fund that has transitioned to beyond 100% of their current GDP, and is currently valued at over $1.74 trillion. What that means is that if that fund was liquidated today and divided amongst the 5.6 million Norwegians, each Norwegian would live with over $300,000 US. So that is an ambition that we have as a country. That is something we're very passionate about as an authority, and it is a target that we have set for ourselves to create for all Ugandans. Furthermore, growth within the country was heavily driven and exceeded and was driven by over 1.5 percentage points by oil and gas over the last 30 years within Norway. So, all of these statistics are good, but what does that mean for Uganda? What does that mean for Ugandans? How will we transition this growth and have it realized? And where are we today? What have we achieved? What is outstanding? And what more can we do? And I am blessed and honored to have a panel of 3 individuals. And I'll invite my panelists up, Mr. William Anguyo, the principal statistician from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Ms. Susan Aino, an economist from the Macroeconomic Policy Department of the Ministry of Finance, as well as Mr. Regan Mugume, a research analyst from the Economic Policy Research Center. So we'll have a very brief conversation to tickle your minds, show you what your country is doing for you, and to try and inspire you to do more things for your country, for the greater development of all of us. So if my panelists can quickly join me up. And as you've heard, this sector is transformational, but that transformational potential must be planned and then must be executed as planned. And we are lucky in the oil and gas sector that we have done so over the last years. And I'm sure you heard this both yesterday and today. Unlike some panels yesterday, today by design we have representation of all genders. So could we have a quick round of applause for me for that? But yes, so quickly in the interest of time, and given that everyone still has some energy because they've had some tea, Susan, from a high level, could you share with the audience, given that you're from the ministry that is in charge of fiscal planning and economic development, what do you see as the growth prospects that are expected from the oil and gas sector in Uganda in the short to medium term, as well as pre and post Fast Oil?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Good afternoon to all people present. I'm from the Ministry of Finance, and I would like to emphasize that at the ministry, our main role is to ensure that the oil comes out of the ground sustainably and it benefits all Ugandans, both current and future generations. When it comes to the side of growth, already we've seen benefits from the oil and gas sector. We've also seen it contributing to the macroeconomic stability of our economy. However, I emphasize that national content is what is the main driver of everything behind the oil and gas sector, at least pre-oil production. So already we know that our foreign direct investments have doubled, largely attributed to oil and gas. We are now at about 2.9 billion, and slightly more than half of that is attributed to the oil and gas sector. And when we look at it in terms of contribution to GDP from the Ministry of Finance, we're estimating about 600 to 800 million US dollars directly adding on to our GDP. Now that number can be higher if we enhance our national content. The reason it's that low compared to the FDI that is coming in is because we are assuming that our national content is only at about 30% of the total amount coming in. And that amounts to about only 1.6% of our GDP. So that brings us to about 600 to 800 million US dollars annually. But this can be enhanced if the private sector, the companies that have come in, if we put more work into expanding our national content in terms of products, projects, and also the people that we employ. So that is just pre-oil production. That is the investment phase. When we look at now the oil production, of course, we already have some assumptions in place and we're working with those, but we know that annually we're expected to get about 200,000 barrels of oil per day, and that translates in about 2 to 3 billion US dollars in terms of oil revenues annually for the government. Now, in terms of GDP growth for oil production, we are looking at having higher growth rates in the earlier years of up to 8%, touching 13 and 14%, and then coming back down depending on the production curve. And this translates to an additional growth, both indirect and direct effect of about, we know that we shall be able to hit double-digit growth rates, especially when the oil production starts. And then the direct contribution should be at about 2 to 4 billion US dollars annually from the oil and gas sector. So we are quite optimistic for the oil production to benefit to us in terms of tax revenues, in terms of the Ugandans, but that can be expanded more if we enhance our national content efforts. We all need to work together. Government has already taken steps. We are taking on more public-private partnerships when it comes to the oil and gas sector. We've seen that a lot. It was already in our plan right away from the third National Development Plan. We had already planned to take on more public-private partnerships to enhance national content and to benefit all Ugandans when it comes to the oil and gas sector. So in brief, we definitely see benefits from oil and gas from the GDP side in terms of investments, but these can be enhanced if we increase the national content, because we've seen other countries get more than what we are assuming now. But this is from the estimates and the numbers that we see. We've seen other countries like, Thomas talked about Norway and others getting much more from oil. I think Norway has had very high growth rates like Tom said, and we can also get this if we put in more effort in enhancing our national content. Now, I would also like to add that, of course, there are measures that we've put in place to ensure that even when we get this oil, we remain sustainable as an economy. We've seen countries suffer with Dutch disease and all, and that affects even the small benefits that they've got from the direct impacts of oil. We have things like the fiscal rule in place, whereby we only expect to take 0.8% of the non-oil GDP of the previous year. So those are meant to help us keep within our estimated boundaries to ensure that we maintain macroeconomic stability of our economy. We also expect to use this oil money for infrastructure development mainly. So that should continue to support growth of both the direct and indirect oil side. Yeah. So I think I can stop there, Tom.
Okay, thank you very much. So, William, I'll turn to you. We've had these very rosy statistics about over $7.5 billion being invested in the sector. Some of that investment is translating into GDP growth for the country. But is this investment being tangibly felt at the grassroots? Is it, so from your experience in the household surveys, has the investment in oil and gas sector, has it impacted on the community level economic growth and livelihoods? And if yes, or if it's a bit lukewarm, what recommendations can you provide to ensure that the national GDP growth is linked to the sector and translates into tangible benefits for Ugandans?
Thank you very much, Tom. Good afternoon, members. As you put it right, my role here is to look at the insight of the household surveys being conducted by Bureau of Statistics in relation to the benefit of oil and gas investment survey, which probably, of course, impacted on two households. We are all aware that when there is a project or an activity taking place within local areas, we expect the communities and the other members to benefit. Similarly, for oil and gas investment, We expect investments, especially in the Albert region and the other areas where oil activities are going on. We expect some impact in terms of improved household income. This is simply because we expect people around that area to be employed. We also expect the business opportunities to be given to the local people who are around there. Just like as you see from national content, we have seen their community members who are actually suppliers who have been registered on the national supply database. Therefore, if these communities or the businesses within the locality supply, maybe be part of the supplier, definitely it increases their income at household level. We also expect the employees, workers who are residing, for example, in Hoima, to provide market for the local products. We do not expect a Chinese to come with his own food from China or any other expert working in the oil area to come or to go with his own food. We do not also expect construction companies to ferry sand and other local materials wherever they're coming from. We expect all these materials to be within the area where oil activity is. All this, definitely, a small person who is down there mining sand, selling the sand to the construction company within the Alberton region, definitely will benefit, hence improving his household income. Of course, my sister has talked about infrastructure development. We've seen that, for example, airport being developed, road has been developed also in those areas, meaning that it also facilitates trade. In doing so, we expect the income of the locals and the other business people also to increase. In terms of still economic benefit or economic growth within the localities, once the income increases, we expect the standard of living of the locality also to improve. Why? Because when the money is low, you may forego other things. Now, once you have cash in hands, if you have been taking local brew, you can now upgrade to beer in your localities. Those are the kind of standard of living we are talking about. Definitely, we also expect productivity to increase. Why? Because now you now know that there's money, there's activity that can give you money. Definitely, you put more effort to increase your productivity so that you earn more money. For example, if there's market for agricultural product, you're having just a quarter of land. You are quite sure of that. Now, when you increase your land, you will produce more beans because the market is already there. So we expect also productivity to increase. This is something we expected natural to happen. But now, the question is, in relation to the inside of the household survey, maybe I need to give you the background of household survey being conducted by Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Uganda Bureau of Statistics actually conduct household survey, normally called Uganda National Household Survey, after every 3 years. This household survey is based on sample basis. It is scientifically conducted, but it has its own objectives. The key variables that are generated, or the key indicators generated from these surveys include, among others, education indicators, health indicators, labor force, of course, financial inclusion, and so forth. But more importantly is the household expenditure and poverty. Actually, that household survey comes out with that indicator. That household expenditure and poverty indicator is where we expected the income level to be estimated based on that household survey, especially in communities that are residing around the oil and gas investment area. But because of some limitations, I will give you some of the limitations as I give you the background of these household surveys. As you said, this household survey is being conducted based on enumeration areas, and some few households are countywide in all the districts. And these, of course, these enumeration areas are grouped in all the regions, sub-regions of 15 sub-regions. These sub-regions include Kampala, Buganda South, Buganda North, Bosoga, Bukedia, Elegon, Teso, Karamjong, Lang, Acholi, West Nile, Bonyoro, Toro, and Nikole, Kigezi. If you are to focus on Bonyoro, Bonyoro region, we come up with the expenditure or income or poverty level at Bonyoro region. But the problem there is that we cover all the districts in the Bonyoro region. You know them, there are over 10, including, of course, the districts where oil activity is pronounced. Now, these estimates in the 15 sub-region is taken care based on some statistical error, what they call is the standard error. When you are coming up with some of these estimates of the poverty, there are certain error that is scientifically allowed. So it also depends on the sample size you consider to undertake this survey. Now, given that, you realize that the poverty figure is at Bonyoro sub-region level, meaning that it also includes Kradong, where Kradong is not much, not where the oil activity is not so much pronounced. But of course, it also includes Hoima, where Alberta region and some of the districts. But it becomes a bit difficult for us to estimate the income of the households that are basically residing within the oil region based on the current Uganda National Household Survey conducted by by Bureau. This is simply because the objective of the household survey is totally different from what we expected. More so, of course, the poverty estimates in the region is at the Bonyoro level, which includes also the other districts, not only specifically for the oil region. The sample size for estimating poverty estimates in Bonyoro is actually bigger than when you take other sample sizes for those areas. Therefore, what can we say now? The way forward now, given the background of the household survey conducted by the Bureau of Statistics, of course, we expected the impact of the oil, as I outlined earlier. We are now saying, in order to assess the impact of investment in oil and gas sector on communities in terms of economic growth and livelihood, a special study need to be undertaken. Why? Because the current Uganda household survey cannot give specifically the growth or the poverty level for districts that are within oil region, of course, because of the reasons given. Okay. Now we need special survey to conduct, one, to set new objectives. Two, we need to have, of course, survey a new questionnaire where oil interests are captured for.
Okay.
For example, now the natural content can be captured in this new instrument or the questionnaire. And we also need a sample frame. Okay. That means we now need to list all households within the oil region that have actually participated. Maybe those who are even the business that are in the supply database, we come up with that list.
Okay. Mr. Anguyo, we will not attempt to become expert statisticians here, but we will take your word for it that there is need for a specialist survey.
Okay.
Because currently we are not able to delineate the impact of the oil and gas sector investment and specifically the national content in the regions. Yes. So that's the key point that I pick.
Okay.
Now, as we've heard over the past 2 days, the opportunities in the sector are broad. They exceed the revenue. As you heard from our ED and from my director, there are aspects that relate to linkages. Linking the oil and gas sector investment and that demand to the other productive sectors of Uganda's economy, things like tourism, things like agriculture, things like banking and finance. And we are privileged as an authority to have undertaken a study on linking oil and gas and agriculture. And I'll turn to you, Regan. Could you share with the audience from your research on the study that you undertook linking agriculture and oil and gas sectors? What do you see as the specific interventions or strategies that are required to ensure that investment in the sector create sustainable economic benefits in agriculture and other sectors, amongst others.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Tom, for the question. I would like to start with a statement that was made by someone, and it goes that every day, we need about four people, kinds of people, for our welfare. The first one is a medical person for our health. All of us need doctors. The second one is we need lawyers. Just in case, of course, we need law and justice to prevail, and we need justice. You need a lawyer, all of us. Someone might say that a preacher man, you need a preacher man for your spiritual growth. But he said lastly that you need a farmer. All of us need a farmer on a daily basis. And not just once, but on average 3 times. All of us have depended on the work efforts of a farmer. You need your breakfast, you need your lunch, some of us might actually take evening tea, and then your supper. So, you will need agriculture put differently. Now, what does agriculture mean for us as a country? That's where we start from. The first one, we need to profile what agriculture is to us as a country. Agriculture, as most of us know, there's this common term, the backbone of the economy. Why is it the backbone of the economy? Because statistics actually show from the Bureau that 2 in every 3 people, over 2 in every 3 people working in the working population are actually employed in agriculture. So for you to make any kind of development, you've got that will make sense, that will be pro-poor, but that will be inclusive. You cannot achieve it without agriculture, because that's where actually most of the people are. So that brings me to its contribution in terms of, at a macro level, in terms of exports. Agriculture accounts for about 70% of our exports. When you look at coffee, when you look at tea and other agricultural commodities, it also accounts for 24% of our foreign exchange earnings in terms of value. And that is very low, because if you have about 68% in agriculture, then you should be generating more foreign exchange revenue. But that is largely explained by the fact that our exports have low value. They are exported in a raw form. So we conducted, just as Tom has indicated, we conducted a study in collaboration with PAU, Stanbic Bank, and ABI Trust. And our main objective of the study was to identify and define the linkages, the intersectoral linkages between the 2 sectors of agriculture and oil and gas. So, put differently, how best can agriculture benefit from the interventions in the oil and gas, as we have had, throughout the day and then yesterday? How can we make sense to a layman in Hoima, to a layman in a local farmer in Rengo, where the pipeline will go through? So, and we were able to identify and define these linkages or benefits or pathways for benefits, and 3 key linkages stood out. The first one is through the sale of agricultural products coming, of course, from the farmers, and that is really a common knowledge that when you, as a farmer, you need to sell your products, your agricultural products, at a very good premium price. The second one, of course, was through the purchase, which is coming from probably the companies, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 companies sourcing their agricultural products, sourcing their food from agriculture. The third one is through the services. Let me say, and this is either way, in the agriculture sector, farmers to be able to produce quality and the right quality and the right quantity of food, they need agri-input dealers, they need finance, which is like the fuel that makes them to produce. They need other services, they need insurance, just in case with the prominent now preference of climatic shocks like floods. If you have 50 acres of maize, you need it to be insured, otherwise everything is going to be wiped out. So what we found out is that these are key linkages that we can harness, that we can leverage to be able to make sense to the economy, because I want to assume, I'm not an expert in the oil and gas, but after the lifetime of oil, what next? That is the main thing that we are actually looking at. When oil is done, after I don't know how many years, probably maybe Tom will advise me, the only thing that Ugandans will remember is how it was able to traverse through agriculture, which is the main employer apparently for the sector. So then someone asks that, how do we enhance the sale of agricultural products, the right adherence to quality standards? Most of our smallholder farmers, we found that they do not comply with the standards that are required by the companies, all the way from 3-tier and 2-tier, and then 1-tier and the oil companies. But we found that there were also very good examples where people were taking advantage of these linkages. And most of these that took advantage were people, smallholder farmers, that had come together in cooperatives. Because when you have a cooperative working, you are able to leverage the advantages of being together, the economies of scale. So the cooperatives, in my view, is a very critical intervention for the agriculture to harness the benefits, because every intervention then can be channeled through cooperatives, and when farmers are in cooperatives, they can be easily organized, they can be easily trained. When you talk about, in terms of incubation, being able to roll out even these credit and finance interventions. So cooperatives are very important. Incubation, to make sure that these smallholder farmers or small businesses are able to transition from subsistence to the money economy.
Okay, thank you very much, Regan. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wind up, it's important to note that Uganda is not only rich in oil and gas resources, especially as you heard, we're opening up new basins for exploration activities, but we're also rich in opportunity. However, we must broaden our minds beyond just the contracts that we see today that will be advertised for the next year, 2, 3, or 4, and explore the opportunities that may not be directly brought about by the sector through aspects like linkages. As I mentioned, Norway was where we are today in the 1960s. They had a debt to GDP of about 60%, very similar to Uganda. And we aspire to be where Norway is today in the near future. But to get there, we need deliberate and concise effort to maximize all direct and indirect opportunities that the sector will bring. We thank you as a panel. We'll pause here and hand over to the MCs. I don't want to be very unpopular and old man Mitch may come for me if I enforce some questions on the audience.
I don't know why my reputation has been spoiled. I thought I was supposed to be facilitating. Now people think I'm a detractor. I am supposed to be promoting national development. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to invite you to take pictures and can we please have the giveaways? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch. All the coupons will be available at that door. We'd like to ask that we keep lunch to exactly 1 hour so that we come back and we can finish off the afternoon session and get straight into the reward section. Thank you very much. Please go through that door and enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
Listen. This is the sound of humans moving across the earth, of the wonders they draw from the ground. Hear the call of adventure, the desire to go further, higher. Strength of a network that supplies power to the heart of Africa to make it beat day after day. It's the sea. It's the port. It's the rail. It's the road. It adorns itself with 1,000 colors, 1,000 songs, 1,000 smiles. It is the logistics of the African continent. It is the strength of a company with a century of know-how. It's AGL.
In 2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. The oil companies operating in Uganda, Total Energies, operating the Tilenga project, and Sinok, operating the Kingfisher project, completed exploration and have now advanced into the development phase. Once produced, part of the crude oil will be refined in Uganda to supply the local market, while the remainder will be exported into the international market. This export will be facilitated by the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP, a 1,443-kilometer-long, thermo-insulated, buried export pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Kabale, Hoima district, to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. The pipeline route was selected by the government of Uganda as the least cost and most robust. Due to the waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will be thermo-insulated to maintain the oil temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. The insulation is one of the several technological features that make EACOP the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. In Uganda, the EACOP originates at the industrial park in Hoima district, stretching 296 kilometers through 10 districts, with above-ground installations, including 2 pumping stations, intermediate block valves. The Tanzanian section of the pipeline spans 1,147 kilometers across 8 regions and includes 4 pumping stations, 2 pressure reduction stations, intermediate block valves, and 12 main camps and pipe yards. Crude oil transported by the pipeline will be stored at a marine storage terminal before being shipped and sold to other countries. Vessels will be loaded from a dedicated facility located on a 2-kilometer-long jetty extending into the open sea. Additional facilities will be built to support the pipeline's construction, such as the thermal insulation system plant in Sojo, Nzega region, 4 main camps for construction teams, pipe storage yards, and access roads. EACOP fully recognizes its responsibilities both to environment protection and the protection of the people and the communities that will be impacted by the project, especially during the construction phase, and is committed to adhering to the highest environmental standards throughout the project's life cycle. The project is committed to upholding not just the legal requirements in both Uganda and Tanzania, but also to fully comply with the IFC performance standards that set out international best practice in these areas. Comprehensive environmental and social impact assessments, ESIAs, have been conducted and robust mitigation plans have been developed to minimize the project's ecological footprint. EACOP also actively engages with local communities to ensure that their voices are heard and that they benefit directly from this development. The project land has been permanently acquired on behalf of the governments of Uganda and Tanzania and leased to the project for construction and operation. The land acquisition process has been conducted in accordance with national regulatory requirements and international best practices. Compensation, both in kind and in cash, has been provided to affected households, including special safeguards for vulnerable groups. The project has also implemented programs to restore or improve the quality of life and economic security of affected people and communities. The EACOP project is committed to ensuring that all landowners and users living along the pipeline corridor are treated with respect and compensated fairly. The construction of the EACOP pipeline, in combination with the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, will benefit the economies of Uganda and Tanzania, including tax revenues for the 2 host governments, job creation, new infrastructure, logistics, skills, and technology transfer. During the construction phase, it is anticipated that the project will provide over 10,000 direct and indirect employment opportunities. The project will also provide training and skilling opportunities, providing valuable experience in advanced construction and engineering fields. EACOP and its Level 1 contractors seek to maximize goods and services provided by companies in both Uganda and Tanzania and will work with its local and national contractors, providing business opportunities for various sectors of the economy involved in pipeline design, construction, operation, and decommissioning, creating a ripple economic effect. Fostering local capacity development, this knowledge transfer will help build a foundation of skilled professionals who can contribute to other industrial projects in the region. The project will also contribute to the enhancement of the central trade corridor between Uganda and Tanzania by developing new infrastructure, logistics, and improving the livelihoods of East Africans, marking a significant step towards unlocking East Africa's potential. The pipeline will be constructed and operated by a pipeline company, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP Limited, with shareholding from Total Energies, Uganda National Oil Company, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, and CNOOC.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
In a bid to increase the resource base of the country, my ministry embarked on the second boom field licensing round, which has significantly progressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them might know, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used a period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century, unlocking progress nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
WQS Recruitment Services is the East Africa joint venture between two award-winning workforce solutions companies, Q Sourcing ServTech and WRS. WRS brings 20 years' experience of recruiting internationally. Q Sourcing ServTech Group has been providing recruitment and workforce solutions in East Africa since 2006. The joint venture has created a unique capability that will support the workforce needs of East Africa's energy sector for many years to come. WQS combines international reach with local expertise. Located in Uganda, operations are managed from our HQ in Kampala and supported by a network of offices in Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Mozambique. WQS supports projects across the energy and mining sectors from pre-feasibility stage through to project execution and operations. Carefully developed service lines mean clients can engage WQS to manage all in-country workforce requirements or assist with individual recruitment needs. Supporting local content and sustainability initiatives is at the forefront of our strategy. A specialist training arm provides internationally accredited training courses in vital trade skills such as welding, electrical, mechanical, pipe fitting, and of course, health and safety. To date, we have trained over 2,500 nationals to internationally recognized standards. Our workforce solutions are designed to meet the needs of the fast-growing labour market, and we can assist with local and international recruitment and contracting, travel and immigration support, HR consultancy and compliance advice, training, compliant payroll services, salary surveys, skills availability studies. WQS's experience, methodology, and customer service provide our clients with the safety, comfort, and support required when operating in the fast-evolving business environment of East Africa. Think WQS for all your workforce needs. An African business with global capabilities.
In the heart of Uganda, a financial revolution is happening. We were once left out, saving the old-fashioned way, with an unexpected saving spot, keeping it too close for comfort. But now, we found a better way to save and manage money. Download the Wendy app from Google Play or App Store or dial *229#. With Wendy, your money is safe and you can earn interest daily. Visit your Google Play or App Store or dial *229# to register. Wendy Wanawoli.
Listen. This is the sound of humans moving across the earth, of the wonders they draw from the ground. Hear the call of adventure, the desire to always go further, higher. Strength of a network that supplies power to the heart of Africa to make it beat day after day. It's the sea. It's the port. It's the rail. It's the road. It adorns itself with 1,000 colors, 1,000 songs, 1,000 smiles. It is the logistics of the African continent. It is the strength of a company with a century of know-how. It's AGL.
In 2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. The oil companies operating in Uganda, Total Energies, operating the Tilenga project, and Sinok, operating the Kingfisher project, completed exploration and have now advanced into the development phase. Once produced, part of the crude oil will be refined in Uganda to supply the local market, while the remainder will be exported into the international market. This export will be facilitated by the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP, a 1,443-kilometer long, thermo-insulated, buried export pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Kabale, Hoima district, to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. The pipeline route was selected by the government of Uganda as the least cost and most robust. Due to the waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will be thermo-insulated to maintain the oil temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. The insulation is one of the several technological features that make EACOP the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. In Uganda, the EACOP originates at the industrial park in Hoima district, stretching 296 kilometers through 10 districts, with above-ground installations, including 2 pumping stations, intermediate block valves. The Tanzanian section of the pipeline spans 1,147 kilometers across 8 regions and includes 4 pumping stations, 2 pressure reduction stations, intermediate block valves, and 12 main camps and pipe yards. Crude oil transported by the pipeline will be stored at a marine storage terminal before being shipped and sold to other countries. Vessels will be loaded from a dedicated facility located on a 2-kilometer-long jetty extending into the open sea. Additional facilities will be built to support the pipeline's construction, such as the thermal insulation system plant in Sojo, Nzega region, 4 main camps for construction teams, pipe storage yards, and access roads. EACOP fully recognizes its responsibilities both to environment protection and the protection of the people and the communities that will be impacted by the project, especially during the construction phase, and is committed to adhering to the highest environmental standards throughout the project's life cycle. The project is committed to upholding not just the legal requirements in both Uganda and Tanzania, but also to fully comply with the IFC performance standards that set out international best practice in these areas. Comprehensive environmental and social impact assessments, ESIAs, have been conducted and robust mitigation plans have been developed to minimize the project's ecological footprint. EACOP also actively engages with local communities to ensure that their voices are heard and that they benefit directly from this development. The project land has been permanently acquired on behalf of the governments of Uganda and Tanzania and leased to the project for construction and operation. The land acquisition process has been conducted in accordance with national regulatory requirements and international best practices. Compensation, both in kind and in cash, has been provided to affected households, including special safeguards for vulnerable groups. The project has also implemented programs to restore or improve the quality of life and economic security of affected people and communities. The EACOP project is committed to ensuring that all landowners and users living along the pipeline corridor are treated with respect and compensated fairly. The construction of the EACOP pipeline, in combination with the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, will benefit the economies of Uganda and Tanzania, including tax revenues for the 2 host governments, job creation, new infrastructure, logistics, skills, and technology transfer. During the construction phase, it is anticipated that the project will provide over 10,000 direct and indirect employment opportunities. The project will also provide training and skilling opportunities, providing valuable experience in advanced construction and engineering fields. EACOP and its Level 1 contractors seek to maximize goods and services provided by companies in both Uganda and Tanzania, and will work with its local and national contractors, providing business opportunities for various sectors of the economy involved in pipeline design, construction, operation, and decommissioning, creating a ripple economic effect. Fostering local capacity development, this knowledge transfer will help build a foundation of skilled professionals who can contribute to other industrial projects in the region. The project will also contribute to the enhancement of the central trade corridor between Uganda and Tanzania by developing new infrastructure, logistics, and improving the livelihoods of East Africans, marking a significant step towards unlocking East Africa's potential. The pipeline will be constructed and operated by a pipeline company, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP Limited, with shareholding from Total Energies, Uganda National Oil Company, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, and CNOOC.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
In a bid to increase the resource base of the country, my ministry embarked on the second boom field licensing round, which has significantly progressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them are in the room, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used the period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century, unlocking progress nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
WQS Recruitment Services is the East Africa joint venture between two award-winning workforce solutions companies, Q Sourcing ServTech and WRS. WRS brings 20 years' experience of recruiting internationally. Q Sourcing ServTech Group has been providing recruitment and workforce solutions in East Africa since 2006. The joint venture has created a unique capability that will support the workforce needs of East Africa's energy sector for many years to come. WQS combines international reach with local expertise. Located in Uganda, operations are managed from our HQ in Kampala and supported by a network of offices in Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Mozambique. WQS supports projects across the energy and mining sectors from pre-feasibility stage through to project execution and operations. Carefully developed service lines mean clients can engage WQS to manage all in-country workforce requirements or assist with individual recruitment needs. Supporting local content and sustainability initiatives is at the forefront of our strategy. A specialist training arm provides internationally accredited training courses in vital trade skills such as welding, electrical, mechanical, pipe fitting, and of course, health and safety. To date, we have trained over 2,500 nationals to internationally recognized standards. Our workforce solutions are designed to meet the needs of the fast-growing labour market, and we can assist with local and international recruitment and contracting, travel and immigration support, HR consultancy and compliance advice, training, compliant payroll services, salary surveys, skills availability studies. WQS's experience, methodology and customer service provide our clients with the safety, comfort and support required when operating in the fast-evolving business environment of East Africa. Think WQS for all your workforce needs. An African business with global capabilities.
In the heart of Uganda, a financial revolution is happening. We were once left out, saving the old-fashioned way, with an unexpected saving spot, keeping it too close for comfort. But now, we found a better way to save and manage money. Download the Wendy app from Google Play or App Store or dial *229#. With Wendy, your money is safe and you can earn interest daily. Visit your Google Play or App Store or dial *229# to register. Wendy Wanaoli.
Listen. This is the sound of humans moving across the earth, of the wonders they draw from the ground. Hear the call of adventure, the desire to always go further, higher. Strength of a network that supplies power to the heart of Africa to make it beat day after day. It's the sea. It's the port. It's the rail. It's the road. It adorns itself with 1,000 colors, 1,000 songs, 1,000 smiles. It is the logistics of the African continent. It is the strength of a company with a century of know-how. It's AGL.
2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. The oil companies operating in Uganda, Total Energies, operating the Tilenga project, and Sinok, operating the Kingfisher project, completed exploration and have now advanced into the development phase. Once produced, part of the crude oil will be refined in Uganda to supply the local market, while the remainder will be exported into the international market. This export will be facilitated by the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP, a 1,443-kilometer long, thermo-insulated, buried export pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Kabale, Hoima district, to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. The pipeline route was selected by the government of Uganda as the least cost and most robust. Due to the waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will be thermo-insulated to maintain the oil temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. The insulation is one of the several technological features that make EACOP the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. In Uganda, the EACOP originates at the industrial park in Hoima district, stretching 296 kilometers through 10 districts, with above-ground installations, including 2 pumping stations, intermediate block valves. The Tanzanian section of the pipeline spans 1,147 kilometers across 8 regions and includes 4 pumping stations, 2 pressure reduction stations, intermediate block valves, and 12 main camps and pipe yards. Crude oil transported by the pipeline will be stored at a marine storage terminal before being shipped and sold to other countries. Vessels will be loaded from a dedicated facility located on a 2-kilometer-long jetty extending into the open sea. Additional facilities will be built to support the pipeline's construction, such as the thermal insulation system plant in Sojo, Nzega region, 4 main camps for construction teams, pipe storage yards, and access roads. EACOP fully recognizes its responsibilities both to environment protection and the protection of the people and the communities that will be impacted by the project, especially during the construction phase, and is committed to adhering to the highest environmental standards throughout the project's life cycle. The project is committed to upholding not just the legal requirements in both Uganda and Tanzania, but also to fully comply with the IFC performance standards that set out international best practice in these areas. Comprehensive environmental and social impact assessments, ESIAs, have been conducted and robust mitigation plans have been developed to minimize the project's ecological footprint. EACOP also actively engages with local communities to ensure that their voices are heard and that they benefit directly from this development. The project land has been permanently acquired on behalf of the governments of Uganda and Tanzania and leased to the project for construction and operation. The land acquisition process has been conducted in accordance with national regulatory requirements and international best practices. Compensation, both in kind and in cash, has been provided to affected households, including special safeguards for vulnerable groups. The project has also implemented programs to restore or improve the quality of life and economic security of affected people and communities. The EACOP project is committed to ensuring that all landowners and users living along the pipeline corridor are treated with respect and compensated fairly. The construction of the EACOP pipeline, in combination with the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, will benefit the economies of Uganda and Tanzania, including tax revenues for the 2 host governments, job creation, new infrastructure, logistics, skills, and technology transfer. During the construction phase, it is anticipated that the project will provide over 10,000 direct and indirect employment opportunities. The project will also provide training and skilling opportunities, providing valuable experience in advanced construction and engineering fields. EACOP and its Level 1 contractors seek to maximize goods and services provided by companies in both Uganda and Tanzania, and will work with its local and national contractors, providing business opportunities for various sectors of the economy involved in pipeline design, construction, operation, and decommissioning, creating a ripple economic effect. Fostering local capacity development, this knowledge transfer will help build a foundation of skilled professionals who can contribute to other industrial projects in the region. The project will also contribute to the enhancement of the central trade corridor between Uganda and Tanzania by developing new infrastructure, logistics, and improving the livelihoods of East Africans, marking a significant step towards unlocking East Africa's potential. The pipeline will be constructed and operated by a pipeline company, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP Limited, with shareholding from Total Energies, Uganda National Oil Company, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, and CNOOC.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
In a bid to increase the resource base of the country, my ministry embarked on the second full field licensing round, which has significantly progressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them might be new, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used a period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century. Unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
WQS Recruitment Services is the East Africa joint venture between two award-winning workforce solutions companies, Q Sourcing ServTech and WRS. WRS brings 20 years' experience of recruiting internationally. Q Sourcing ServTech Group has been providing recruitment and workforce solutions in East Africa since 2006. The joint venture has created a unique capability that will support the workforce needs of East Africa's energy sector for many years to come. WQS combines international reach with local expertise. Located in Uganda, operations are managed from our HQ in Kampala and supported by a network of offices in Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Mozambique. WQS supports projects across the energy and mining sectors from pre-feasibility stage through to project execution and operations. Carefully developed service lines mean clients can engage WQS to manage all in-country workforce requirements or assist with individual recruitment needs. Supporting local content and sustainability initiatives is at the forefront of our strategy. a specialist training arm provides internationally accredited training courses in vital trade skills such as welding, electrical, mechanical, pipe fitting, and of course, health and safety. To date, we have trained over 2,500 nationals to internationally recognized standards. Our workforce solutions are designed to meet the needs of the fast-growing labour market, and we can assist with local and international recruitment and contracting, travel and immigration support, HR consultancy and compliance advice, training, compliant payroll services, salary surveys, skills availability studies. WQS's experience, methodology, and customer service provide our clients with the safety, comfort, and support required when operating in the fast-evolving business environment of East Africa. Think WQS for all your workforce needs. An African business with global capabilities.
In the heart of Uganda, a financial revolution is happening. We were once left out, saving the old-fashioned way, with an unexpected saving spot, keeping it too close for comfort. But now, we found a better way to save and manage money. Download the Wendy app from Google Play or App Store or dial *229#. With Wendy, your money is safe and you can earn interest daily. Visit your Google Play or App Store or dial *229# to register. Wendy Wanawoli.
Listen. This is the sound of humans moving across the earth, of the wonders they draw from the ground. Hear the call of adventure, the desire to always go further, higher. Strength of a network that supplies power to the heart of Africa to make it beat day after day. It's the sea. It's the port. It's the rail. It's the road. It adorns itself with 1,000 colors, 1,000 songs, 1,000 smiles. It is the logistics of the African continent. It is the strength of a company with a century of know-how. It's AGL.
In 2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. The oil companies operating in Uganda, Total Energies, operating the Tilenga project, and Sinok, operating the Kingfisher project, completed exploration and have now advanced into the development phase. Once produced, part of the crude oil will be refined in Uganda to supply the local market, while the remainder will be exported into the international market. This export will be facilitated by the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP, a 1,443-kilometer long, thermo-insulated, buried export pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Kabale, Hoima district, to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. The pipeline route was selected by the government of Uganda as the least cost and most robust. Due to the waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will be thermo-insulated to maintain the oil temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. The insulation is one of the several technological features that make EACOP the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. In Uganda, the EACOP originates at the industrial park in Hoima district, stretching 296 kilometers through 10 districts, with above-ground installations, including 2 pumping stations, intermediate block valves. The Tanzanian section of the pipeline spans 1,147 kilometers across 8 regions and includes 4 pumping stations, 2 pressure reduction stations, intermediate block valves, and 12 main camps and pipe yards. Crude oil transported by the pipeline will be stored at a marine storage terminal before being shipped and sold to other countries. Vessels will be loaded from a dedicated facility located on a 2-kilometer-long jetty extending into the open sea. Additional facilities will be built to support the pipeline's construction, such as the thermal insulation system plant in Sojo, Nzega region, 4 main camps for construction teams, pipe storage yards, and access roads. EACOP fully recognizes its responsibilities both to environment protection and the protection of the people and the communities that will be impacted by the project, especially during the construction phase, and is committed to adhering to the highest environmental standards throughout the project's life cycle. The project is committed to upholding not just the legal requirements in both Uganda and Tanzania, but also to fully comply with the IFC performance standards that set out international best practice in these areas. Comprehensive environmental and social impact assessments, ESIS, have been conducted and robust mitigation plans have been developed to minimize the project's ecological footprint. EACOP also actively engages with local communities to ensure that their voices are heard and that they benefit directly from this development. The project land has been permanently acquired on behalf of the governments of Uganda and Tanzania and leased to the project for construction and operation. The land acquisition process has been conducted in accordance with national regulatory requirements and international best practices. Compensation, both in kind and in cash, has been provided to affected households, including special safeguards for vulnerable groups. The project has also implemented programs to restore or improve the quality of life and economic security of affected people and communities. The EACOP project is committed to ensuring that all landowners and users living along the pipeline corridor are treated with respect and compensated fairly. The construction of the EACOP pipeline, in combination with the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, will benefit the economies of Uganda and Tanzania, including tax revenues for the 2 host governments, job creation, new infrastructure, logistics, skills, and technology transfer. During the construction phase, it is anticipated that the project will provide over 10,000 direct and indirect employment opportunities. The project will also provide training and skilling opportunities, providing valuable experience in advanced construction and engineering fields. EACOP and its Level 1 contractors seek to maximize goods and services provided by companies in both Uganda and Tanzania, and will work with its local and national contractors, providing business opportunities for various sectors of the economy involved in pipeline design, construction, operation, and decommissioning, creating a ripple economic effect. Fostering local capacity development, this knowledge transfer will help build a foundation of skilled professionals who can contribute to other industrial projects in the region. The project will also contribute to the enhancement of the central trade corridor between Uganda and Tanzania by developing new infrastructure, logistics, and improving the livelihoods of East Africans, marking a significant step towards unlocking East Africa's potential. The pipeline will be constructed and operated by a pipeline company, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP Limited, with shareholding from Total Energies, Uganda National Oil Company, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, and CNOOC.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
In a bid to increase the resource base of the country, my ministry embarked on the second book licensing round, which has significantly compressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them might be new, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used the period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century, unlocking progress nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
WQS Recruitment Services is the East Africa joint venture between two award-winning workforce solutions companies, Q Sourcing ServTech and WRS. WRS brings 20 years' experience of recruiting internationally. Q Sourcing ServTech Group has been providing recruitment and workforce solutions in East Africa since 2006. The joint venture has created a unique capability that will support the workforce needs of East Africa's energy sector for many years to come. WQS combines international reach with local expertise. Located in Uganda, operations are managed from our HQ in Kampala and supported by a network of offices in Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Mozambique. WQS supports projects across the energy and mining sectors from pre-feasibility stage through to project execution and operations. Carefully developed service lines mean clients can engage WQS to manage all in-country workforce requirements or assist with individual recruitment needs. Supporting local content and sustainability initiatives is at the forefront of our strategy. A specialist training arm provides internationally accredited training courses in vital trade skills such as welding, electrical, mechanical, pipe fitting, and of course, health and safety. To date, we have trained over 2,500 nationals to internationally recognized standards. Our workforce solutions are designed to meet the needs of the fast-growing labour market, and we can assist with local and international recruitment and contracting, travel and immigration support, HR consultancy and compliance advice, training, compliant payroll services, salary surveys, skills availability studies. WQS's experience, methodology, and customer service provide our clients with the safety, comfort, and support required when operating in the fast-evolving business environment of East Africa. Think WQS for all your workforce needs. An African business with global capabilities.
In the heart of Uganda, a financial revolution is happening. We were once left out, saving the old-fashioned way, with an unexpected saving spot, keeping it too close for comfort. But now, we found a better way to save and manage money. Download the Wendy app from Google Play or App Store or dial *229#. With Wendy, your money is safe and you can earn interest daily. Visit your Google Play or App Store or dial *229# to register. Wendy Wanawori.
Listen. This is the sound of humans moving across the earth, of the wonders they draw from the ground. Hear the call of adventure, the desire to always go further, higher. The strength of a network that supplies power to the heart of Africa to make it beat day after day. It's the sea. It's the port. It's the rail. It's the road. It adorns itself with 1,000 colors, 1,000 songs, 1,000 smiles. It is the logistics of the African continent. It is the strength of a company with a century of know-how. It's AGL.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had an amazing lunch. And as we continue to the next session, I'm glad that so far we have had tea, we have had lunch, and I'm happy to report that we are going to have a cocktail in the afternoon. So ensure that you stay back for the cocktail to celebrate the success of the 2 days, but also to be able to connect and make meaningful networks. Our next panel is going to be on the contribution of the manufacturing sector to the oil and gas sector. And so allow me to invite Mr. Alan Senyondwa, the Director Policy, Uganda Manufacturers Association, and Alan will be able to invite the rest of his panel members. Alan, you're welcome. If you're outside, we'll request that you get back in and join us for this session. Alan, thank you very much, and I'll let you take over from here.
A wonderful good afternoon, everyone. A wonderful good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had your energy levels raised, and I hope you have enjoyed that sumptuous meal. Well, I welcome you to this afternoon session in which we are going to see the connections between oil and gas and the manufacturing sector. Sometimes we would like to say we're in the same field. It's all industry. But now we want to see how one sector or one subsector deals with the other subsector. Allow me, therefore, this afternoon to have a dialogue with colleagues from three rather important subsectors of the manufacturing sector, or of the industrial sector, to tell us a little bit more about the connections between oil and gas and the manufacturing sector. For your own information, the industrial sector is driving the economy of Uganda. I'll just point out a few things out, but only after my panel is seated. So at this juncture, allow me first and foremost to welcome on the stage Mr. John Stewart from Roofings Group. John Stewart Mwesigwa is the Corporate Affairs Manager of the Roofings Group. So please welcome with me John Stewart. These are the gentlemen and ladies who call themselves the strength of the nation. They build for you the steel that builds the buildings that we work in. Allow me also at this juncture to welcome Mr. Robert Ongodia from Modular Housing, or Modular Houses Limited. Now Robert here, they deal in modular houses, and as you've seen, the economy is growing, and therefore we are going modular. We want to know how to construct better, and Robert here is going to tell us a little bit more about houses and especially in this space of the modular houses. But now, last and not least, welcome with me Mr. Daniel Tusime. Mr. Daniel Tusime is the managing director of SA Field. Now, SA Field, he is going to tell you more, but if you need anything around protective wear, this is the company you want to go to. The days of importing protective wear are gone. So you may not want to miss out on visiting. We are situated in Namamve, the industrial park, in or just outside. You will find this gentleman by the name of Daniel Tusime. The industry is really booming in that area, so he will tell us more. Now, we really don't have enough time, so I'll try and give us first and foremost a background of the industrial sector so that you understand why we need to grow and why we need to cooperate and why we need to build businesses, business-to-business relationships. We like to describe the industrial sector as the sector which links on one side agriculture and minerals, and on the other side we link them to the services sector. So we are the guys who do the value addition. We are the guys who take the iron ore out of the soil. We don't do that. That other guys do. But we turn them into steel. We are the ones who support my good friend to get the oil into other products. He does the oil mining and we do their products out of there. We are the ones who try and ensure that we have those long value chain and diverse value chains. So the industry is very important in this country. Allow me to give you some statistics. The industrial sector contributes 25.6% of the GDP of Uganda. And there are not so many, by the way, so you'll be surprised. The industrial sector consumes 69.7% of all the electricity we produce in this country. We contribute 30.3% of the taxes collected in this country. We employ directly and indirectly over 2 million young Ugandans. We are among the biggest savers by NSSF. And we actually do a lot of value chain linkages. Now back to this distinguished panel. Since you have decided to sit in the middle of the other two, Stuart, allow me to start with you. You call yourselves the strength of the nation.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So you're leading manufacturers of steel. So you claim.
Quality steel and plastics.
Okay, quality steel and plastics. Okay, tell us then, how have you been supported? And how have you actually benefited from this oil and gas sector?
Thank you, Alan, our moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you have had lunch, but you're not responding. I want you to really wake up and pay attention. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. You know, for clarity, I'm actually Jason Stuart Mwesigwa, not John, but that's okay. They are all names. Jason Stuart Mwesigwa. I work with Roofings Group, the strengths of the nation, as already explained to you. I'm proud to be a great son of Kabalega, and when we are talking about benefiting from oil and gas, me being Mnyoro, I am very happy to answer that question to the best of my knowledge. although it is to represent the manufacturing industry. I would love to really thank the government of Uganda, which created this investment environment that even we can be seated here now, in this nice room, talking about oil and gas. Oil and gas is a natural resource which is here for us. It is a God-given thing. Why not benefit from it? But before even the oil and gas can start going into our cars, can start being used by our factories, I think the benefits are already immense. There are so many jobs that have been created. There is a lot of skill that we didn't have that is being imparted into a number of Ugandans and the region around. Roofings is also benefiting from that because due to the demand of what the oil and gas sector needs, we are supposed to align. I'm very certain we are in conversation with the Petroleum Authority, trying to take us through on how to get very ready when actually this goes to the helm of its benefits. We have registered on the national portal for the local content suppliers, but even before that gets into real fruition, a number of contractors who are already in Tidenga, in Bulisa, in Hoima, they are buying. I don't want to be shy about this. They are buying quality steel and plastics from us. So that is a benefit. We are selling, we are making money, we are improving the standards according to what is required in order to fit into the oil and gas industry. Oil and gas industry, as Banyoro, we are benefiting already from the wide roads. Those roads will not go away even when oil is extracted and it gets finished. The roads will remain, yeah? Thank you very much. The roads will remain. As roofings, where we are having difficulties to reach, say, Bulisa, or you are going there for marketing and you cannot spend the night because there was no hotel, now the story is very different. Our dealers who are actually trying to ensure that product goes up to the end user. We have a number of people now working in the oil and gas industry. Everyone is trying to put up a school, a home, all these, name it, they are buying roofing products. A number of hotels. I've seen some hoteliers here. I think the MD of the place. I saw him somewhere. He's there. Yes. We are benefiting. He's buying product from us to expand his hotel. That is still a benefit from oil and gas. I can talk, I think, until tomorrow. I don't know. There are people who are investing in tourism. They are doing lodges, eco lodges, and what have you. They all use roofing material. There is no one who can talk of development of real estate, of a home, of a hotel, even hospitals. Hoima Hospital, we are putting up a blood bank. There's no way you'll have that blood bank without using roofing material. So all these kind of benefits, I think we just need to encourage each other and thank the government for really creating this environment that we can talk business that will take us to middle income status.
Thank you very much, Stuart. A round of applause. I know we're not so good at applauding each other, but I would like to request for a round of applause for the benefits that are coming through. Now, Stuart has told us about the steel products and plastic products which are being bought, not directly maybe, or indirectly maybe, by the whole entire economy around Bunyoro, including the airport and the hotels and the schools. Now, allow me to bring the man next to you on your left. Now, Robert.
Yes, please.
You are the one who goes and gets this man's products. And you do modular housing. Now, as the oil and gas sector grows, As the economy grows, how is the construction sector, especially in modular housing, benefiting from the oil and gas? Tell us a little bit, because the normal things we know, but what are those details that we don't know?
Thank you, moderator. Allow me thank everybody who has managed to come for this occasion this afternoon. My name is called Ongodia Robert. I come from the far as east from Tesolan, and I'm really very glad the oil and gas actually is extending almost up to our region, which I'm very proud for it. As a question has been said to me, how do module house engineering benefit from oil and gas? I would love to say we have benefited from oil and gas, and oil and gas has really brought the module house as a small company to a certain level of the status, which we are really very proud of oil and gas. And I would love to tell the audience around here today, module house, it's a concrete product which combines all steel and tube, Toro cement, comes to other local materials around the continent here in Uganda. And I think there is a lot we are really benefiting from this. And I also wanted to explain that in Broadway. Our technology, it has been a new technology in the country where we are located in Namamve, and our technology has helped oil and gas on the other way, whereby if you go to oil and gas, you will find people are running into container houses and all that. But this helped also the oil and gas to change the welfare of the staff of oil and gas, which also gives us another chance to consume one another. So I wanted to state that module house prefab technology, we are looking forward to do more and more better beyond with oil and gas in our country.
Now, what Robert is not telling you is that we are coming into a stage where you may have to build your houses in a matter of days, not months. And that can only be done if there is a factory somewhere which is building these walls, so to say. Building, so to say. So that when they come to your site, they're just simply planting the things there, and voila, you have your building. Before I come back again to Robert, allow me now to run a little bit to Daniel. Daniel, I've been to the factory. I know very much that you are really doing state-of-the-art protective wear. If we talk about protective wear, everyone will say, yes, we know. But do we really know? Do we really know what are some of those things that the public may not know about protective wear, which we can do better? What can we do better to support the sector of protective wear? Are you getting the support from our colleagues in the oil and gas? Are you supplying? What can we do better? Before even I go to other things.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. It seems the energy has started going down. We're waiting for the cocktail, maybe. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my names have been mentioned. I'm Sime Daniel, and then I'm the MD at SFL Uganda Limited. We are manufacturers of PPE. But to be a little bit specific, we do workwear is where our strength is, because we start from weaving the fabric up to converting it into a suit that most of you have actually worn as you're down in the valley. So first of all, I would like really to thank PAU for pushing the local content agenda. I've never been short to thank PAU for this, because I don't think I would be where we are if this local content agenda wasn't pushed to this maximum. We've benefited quite substantially from the oil and gas industry. From the time it set foot in Uganda, we have a very good history, which has had its own up and down, but our focus has been that local content should mean local content. Because there are so many definitions, sometimes you may get even lost. You hear any local company doing anything, so you have imported then, but we tried to listen to PAU, listen to Total Energies, listen to CNOOC, to ensure that we really mean local, let it be local. So the benefit that we've majorly achieved is doing business, the opportunities that they have extended to us. We've worked with a number of companies, not only PAU, CNOOC, and most of you, probably you have never even seen me, because I'm a man of the background, but most of you, I'm sure you've worn our PPE. But majorly, we've gone a step ahead to set up in partnership with the McDermott. I'm sure all of us, we know McDermott. And I've always discussed with them, it's not enough to set up, but also providing the raw materials for these people to use to convert into uniform is extremely very critical. And that's where we play a game. And we have gone ahead to ensure that at least we don't only look at oil and gas, uniforms and all, we're going beyond that. To look into schools, to look into hospitality businesses, to look into so many other sectors. Look into roofings is here, my next neighbor. Mr. across there is doing construction. Look beyond oil and gas because it has a certain it has a period of operation. So these are some of the things we've worked mostly with our partners in Bulisa, a hub that was set up by McDermott through partnerships with I think PAU and all. So we made sure that all these hubs can keep moving, the fact that we have the raw material to feed them. So this is a great benefit for us to see that other industries are able to tap into what we have tapped already in the oil and gas. They have no idea, but at the end of the day, you find that all the raw materials they are using come from our site. They supply schools, hospitals, accommodation areas like hotels. I've had someone owning a hotel. So all these have a ripple effect. And I think we have scored quite well, though we still have a lot to do, and the journey is still going.
Wow, thank you very much. Now, just for our own information, I think the Petroleum Authority has come this far. Thank you, Mr. Rubondo, for leading such a wonderful team. I also just want to inform us that actually we have worked with the Petroleum Authority, even in other areas. I think during the COVID-19, we tried to even explore how the oil and gas and the healthcare sector can work together and see how we can really grow this whole economy, especially in the oil grabbing in that area. And I think we have moved a lot. And now allow me to stay with you, Daniel, before I go back to the colleagues. So, yes, we have benefited. Has it changed our culture? Have we thought deeper? Have we moved more in the direction to say, okay, because of the oil and gas, we need to change our mindset in certain area. We need to change the culture in how we do these things. Have these come thus far to SA Field?
Yeah, true. With the oil and gas presence in Uganda, for sure, the standards we all know are quite high, very high. So whoever is vying to do any business there, you really must match. So the fact that you have to match, you have no option but to up your game in your company. So in the long run, you find you're actually picking up a culture of PPE application in your area of work pretty fast. And for me, I'm a businessman. How do I know that really this culture of application of PPE in workplaces, even beyond oil and gas, has picked up? I see on the number of requests and the number of firm orders as a result of those requests. If, for example, in the beginning or exploration stage, I had about 10 employees doing converting. But now, for those who have visited, perhaps you know I'm over 100 now. So what does it mean? And what am I doing? I'm doing uniforms and many other things for even sectors I can't mention here. So it is a clear indicator that this gospel of PPE application culture is catching ground. Of course, you still have those elements or companies who operate a tight budget. They will say, yeah, it's good, but again, the budget. But at least there is a request coming and negotiating on the standard of the PPE. So to me, I want to applaud oil and gas that came into Uganda, and I'm sure you won't leave us the same, because I've seen this kind of changes even in our own businesses. And another key thing that I've also come to notice in terms of PPE culture change is the number of players. So many years ago, I was more or less alone. I was swimming alone in the waters. But now there are so many. Two, there are many international big boys who have come, who are looking for partnership. I'm a beneficiary of GSP, for argument's sake. I don't think they would put their foot here making lots of billions in Europe to come to, hey, Daniel, what are you saying? So this kind of culture, they have also realized, being business people, the demand is now catching up. People are starting to be aware of this whole PPE application culture, and which puts a smile on my face because I make money. So on top of protecting people's lives and productivity of companies, but I make money, we employ more people, expand the businesses, and there we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we conclude with other two gentlemen, Stuart, I want to challenge you, as I'm challenging the audience, that yes, you're going to tell us how the culture at Roofings is also aligning itself, because we know construction is going to increase. I have been studying the economies, all of them who have discovered oil in the last 60 years. And whether you like it, your economy is going to be affected.
Upwards. Many
times, positively, yes, sometimes negatively. We can see the results in Venezuela, all before that in Nigeria. But it's going to happen. Mm-hmm. How is the culture changing?
At Roofings.
At Roofings. Are we buying more PPEs from Daniel, going from here?
Exactly. When we were developing the BUBU policy, which I think is in line with pushing for local content, we considered that we cannot be playing the game of not walking the talk. So in our operations, definitely we consider what is available first locally, and we heavily support local industry. We support local labor. For those who have been at our factories today, you will find that it will take you maybe a few hours to see a foreigner. I'm not saying foreigners should not come and work here, but what we have done is that they come, they bring the skill, the knowledge, because the machines we are employing during our processes is machines from those developed countries. We cannot do without them. But what we do is they come, impart the knowledge, our local Ugandans learn how to operate them, they go away, and we empower the locals to continue using these machines. If I might say, Petroleum Authority supporting us, of course, with all the activities that they are doing. They have training. One of the things that we have a passion for is skilling Ugandans. If you consider that Petroleum Authority Institute in Kigumba, which is, I think, a very good thing for Uganda, for Bunyoro, at any one time, we have students that come from that institute to come and train at roofings. That should tell you that the culture is actually changing. So we are not only looking forward to supplying the products, but we are also trying to ensure that we also give back. We give back the knowledge. We don't need now to send people for induction, for industrial training to Japan, to South Africa, to India. They can come and have this knowledge from roofings. And it's for free. We give it for free. Yeah.
Robert, as we come to a conclusion, yes, convince us. You're telling us modular housing. Put up your marketing hat and tell us how modular housing can change our mindsets towards building with modular houses as we go into this oil and gas phase of economic development.
Thank you, moderator. Module houses has simply made it everything easier. What I wanted to tell people who have had a chance to come here today, when you come to our factory in Namambe, what you must know as our client, about 70% to 80% is done in the factory. Then the rest of 20% is done on site. So when you get our module house is a product which has got steel, it has got also cement, and has also got, what else? It has got what we call a local content of the material within our country. So when you come and get the module houses, first and foremost, quality assurance, you're rest assured. Our concrete strength from 35 to 40. That is our class of concrete, which can give you assurance what you're buying. 2, when you want to take our technology to anywhere you want in a country, you can use it and you can remobilize it back to wherever you want. That is an advantage the module houses technology we have today. 3, I also want to encourage people that when oil and gas visited us and they looked up, you know, what I wanted to really to applaud oil and gas, they don't deal with the substandard work. They deal with the quality. So when you need to partner with oil and gas, you must be assured that you give them the product which does not spoil your company reputation with them. And then another thing I wanted to assure you, the moderator and the audience around, our module house has got advantage that you don't waste much time on site. During COVID time, Ministry of Health were looking for which technology to have on site with a few number of workers, and we're the only company by then exist in the country. And we're able to do work with the Ministry of Health, which helped us to run the project within a period of 1 month to 6 months. You're able to have the project done. And I wanted to assure the audience here, when you need to have this technology, you don't need to doubt about it. You just know very well, you don't need to wait for 80 days, the slab to cure. This one, when I produce from our factory, because our concrete class, it is 35 to 40, you don't need to wait for 28 days, you to cast another floor. This one, when I'm done with from the factory, I produce the unit today, the following day, I am able to remove it from the mold after 24 hours. I put it aside for curing a bit for 1 day. the next day or a second day, you're able to see your product on your site. After that, I think painting works. We can even do undercoating from the factory. We can do the fittings of the windows and the doors from the factory. Then when I reach to your site, assemble them, and then I will do the staircase on site and a small finishing. You can either do without iron sheets or you can do without iron sheets. So that's why the reason you see, apparently we are running, a private sector is happy with us, and that's why you see like the people who have traveled across the country, they are able to recognize us as the company which is having quality technology in a country.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Director of Petroleum Authority, you asked a question, how has the manufacturing sector contributed to the oil and gas? We bring to you the entire value chain of the textile. So from cotton, the one you grow, all the way to the cloth you put on. We bring to you the steel sector, all the way from the iron ore in Muko to the steel that you're going to use in the production of those oil and gas offices and areas you're going to bring. And we bring to you the one who is going to construct those things. Are we not contributing to the oil and gas? I beg to submit that indeed we are. Thank you very much. Allow me, therefore, to release the panel and hand over back to Faith. Thank you. A nice afternoon you have.
Thank you very much. Alan, you did a really good job. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I like the fact, Alan, that you are not asking boring questions. You are aggressive. You are squeezing the panelists, and Stuart, as usual, was not accepting. He was showing you that he had the strength of the nation behind him as he answered the questions. So let's give them a round of applause as they take their picture. And you can see they're exactly like all the individuals we told you to come here, look for opportunities. Them, they came, they saw the ED, they say, we need our opportunity to take pictures with the ED also. The only group, let's give them a round of applause. They know how to take advantage of opportunities. All right, so I think one of the biggest challenges with having full-day conferences is that we have something which we call biology. And biology always sets us back in such a way that after you have had a sumptuous meal at the Speak Resort, food goes in and it goes down to your gastric system. And what happens is that biologically the blood is shunted and sent back down to the stomach and assists in digestion. So what that does is that it takes blood away from the other parts of your body, like the head. So that's what leads to people sleeping. People have been always wondering, why do I sleep after eating? It's not because the food was good. It's that you have less blood and less oxygen going to the head. So one of the best tactics that we can use to stay awake is actually by standing up. So can we all stand up, please? All right. Everybody, right hand stretch up, please. Reach up for the sky. Say, I'm reaching for my opportunities in oil and gas. All right. With the left hand, reach up also. Wonderful. Put your hand behind your back. All right. Stretch around. And you know, the thing is that as people from the great country of Uganda, you know, you can't do stretches like this just normally. We usually do it with a little bit of music. Go, Alex, please, can you make it happen for us so that people understand that we are serious when we're doing our exercises? Play my song, please. All right, everybody, hand up in the air, in the air. Other hand. Turn around, everybody turn around, turn around. DJ, stop. This is an oil and gas conference. Be serious, huh? Please, let's sit down. We need to learn how to focus here, please, ladies and gentlemen. We are losing focus here. So, now that we are all awake, I'd like to bring you to the second last session. The second last session, I think one of the panelists mentioned it. They talked about the importance of quality. And as Ugandans, for the longest time, we've been thinking, oh, Ugandans, we are good, we are okay. Until now, we had to compete on a global scale. And that's when we started being, well, compared with different metrics. So our next speaker is going to come and tell us why quality, health, safety, and the environment are such a critical part of the oil and gas sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shalon Nwamanya from the ministry as she takes us through. Big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Even after the small exercise, the blood has quickly gone back to the stomach. Yes, so Dr. Mitch has made it a bit easier for the introduction on the issues of quality, health, safety, and environment. And Mr. Ongodia had alluded to that oil and gas deals with quality. And it is a very important aspect in this industry. Quality, health, safety, and environment. In Uganda particularly, the aspects of environment are very key because of the region where oil and gas activities are currently concentrated, the Alberta and Graben being very biodiversity rich. But the issues of health and safety are paramount in the oil and gas sector. And a lot of investment goes into health and safety aspects. So with me, I have a panel of distinguished gentlemen, 2 gentlemen and a lady, who are going to take us through how we can deepen the oil and gas quality, health, safety, and environment culture among Ugandan companies, because we know it is important to have these. And some gains have been made, but we still have to add more. We have to deepen this. So with me, I have a team of 3, and join me to welcome Mr. Alex Tukachungurwa. Alex is the Managing Director of Smart Compliance. Smart Compliance currently boasts of being the only accredited NEBOSH learning service provider in Uganda. For those who have done NEBOSH certifications, you know how difficult NEBOSH is. And them carrying that portfolio is something that is not to be joked with. So Alex, you're most welcome to the panel. And he will help us to dive into NEBOSH certification, which is quite key in the oil and gas sector. Join me also to welcome Mr. Anthony Mujira, a lifting supervisor with Inspector Africa. Inspector Africa is a company that is providing services in the oil and gas sector, and they will tell us the importance of being certified as a company in Uganda, the benefits that come with that, what they have realized as benefits so far, and how others can come into this space and also benefit from that. With us also is the lady, Monica Salire from Atacama Consulting. Atacama Consulting is providing services in the oil and gas sector, and they've just concluded a social and resettlement services project in the Tilenga project area, and are currently providing services for water resource protection, among others. Welcome, Monica, to the panel. As Monica settles in, I would like to start with Alex to tell us about the NEBOSH journey for Smart Compliance Africa as an accredited service provider for NEBOSH, and how this journey has been for you. So please take us through this, introduce NEBOSH and the services you provide and your journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Tukachungura. And I'm the Managing Director of Smart Compliance Limited. Smart Compliance Limited is a management consulting firm that specializes in training services, providing training services, inspection services, and other management consulting services like certification. To focus on the training service, where NEBOSH lies, like the moderator has mentioned, Smart Compliance is the only NEBOSH accredited training company in Uganda. For Smart Compliance, the journey with onboarding this accreditation, it began during the period of COVID, we were looking to onboard a variety of accreditations to give to our clients. And for the field of health and safety, which is very critical for the oil and gas industry, we saw it important to seek NEBOSH accreditation, which is very, very important. The journey for getting this accreditation was not easy. This accreditation is, the way it is known, like the moderator said, to be very strict while certifying the candidates. Accrediting the training provider is also strict. So as Smart Compliance, this is a journey that took us close to a year with a lot of audits and of course a lot of financial payments, but we achieved this at the end. And to date, Smart Compliance is the only NEBOSH accredited learning partner in Uganda. So NEBOSH provides a number of courses, and these courses are very good for the oil and gas industry, to be specific, health and safety. One of the flagship courses for NEBOSH is the NEBOSH International General Certificate in Occupational Health and Safety. This is a course that we have been offering at Smart Compliance for close to 4 years, and many of our delegates over this period within the oil and gas industry, they are improving safety practices in the oil and gas industry.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you for taking us through your journey. And with this accreditation, I believe and know that there have been several benefits for Smart Compliance as a company, for your clients, but also for your clients' employees. You could take us through a little bit about through what some of those benefits are.
Thank you very much. This accreditation and the courses that it comes with are of benefit. Of course, we as the training provider, we benefit by providing this service. When we sell this service, we earn revenue. And then for the delegates who acquire these skills, who get this knowledge that comes with the training, when they come on ground, they are able to implement these procedures, to put in place policies, or to help the management of their respective organizations to come up with the requirements, to put in place the arrangements that are required to achieve the objectives of good health and safety practices. So the direct benefit is that health and safety will improve, okay? People, when safety improves, people will benefit. People are able to enjoy the income they earn, because with poor safety practices, there will be accidents. And of course, even if you earn money, but you are involved in a lot of accidents, or you are involved, you are harmed, then there is no way you're going to enjoy that money, okay? So health and safety is important because it improves the quality of lives of the workers. The number two, for the organizations, if you train your employees, or if you have workers who are trained, they will have the skills, they will be competent to implement the procedures, the practices that are required for you to have continuity in your operations. As an organization, if you have continuity in your operations, it will help to improve the levels of profits. The losses that come with accidents will come down. So as an organization, you are able to drive your profits up. And of course, you are able to get more business. The oil and gas industry, health and safety is a very big pillar in the oil and gas industry. Okay, and of course, for you as an organization, for you to make inroads, for you to get contracts, for you to be involved in projects, you'll have to bid. And health and safety is one of the big requirements that you have to fulfill. So if you have employees who have been trained, who are certified, who know what to do, it will be easier for you as an organization to interact with your clients, to meet the requirements of the client, to meet the requirements of the industry, and then you'll have growth. That's the benefit that comes with the services that Smart Compliance provides, in that we help for people to benefit and we help organizations to benefit and grow.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Keeping on that aspect of benefits, I would like us to move to Mr. Mujira to tell us about the benefits of Inspector Africa being an accredited company, how this has helped you to get into joint ventures, your experience with that, and how it compares with other Ugandan companies. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony Mujira. I'm currently project manager with Inspector Africa. We are delivering a project on behalf of Total in partnership with Petrofac, which is a multinational. This project covers the maintenance and inspection contract for the Telenga CPF. Working in partnership with the international companies has definitely exposed us to systems, best practices, and the international standards. It's set for us a good benchmark to work towards, because a lot of these international standards especially, they become prerequisites when you're tendering or even to get the partnerships in the first place. And once you achieve these accreditations, you are pushed to also stay on top of your procedures, your reporting, your record keeping, in order to pass the next audit, because once you get the certificate, it doesn't end there. It's continuous improvement.
Okay, thank you very much. As we can hear, it's not enough to want to have health and safety aspects incorporated in your company or in your work. You have to go an extra step to get accredited. And these accreditations are what are recognized internationally and are what are sought for when companies are seeking to enter joint ventures. I would like to move on to Monica to tell us briefly about the certifications that Atacama has and how they are helping them to deliver on their projects.
Thank you very much, Shalom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Atacama Consulting is an environment and social consulting firm based in Uganda, but with a global reach in East, Southern Africa, and Southeast Asia at the moment. We have walked the journey of certification for 12 years now and operating for the last 19 years. So we currently have 3 certifications. That is ISO 9001 for Quality Management System, 45,001 for Occupational Health and Safety, and 14,001 for Environment Management System. And based on the growth that we have seen in terms of the operations of the firm, the credibility of the firm, we're now also moving into accreditation for ISO 27001, which is the Information Security Management System. This is brought on because of the bulk data that we handle, which often is very private data for individuals, and so they need to have the right systems in place to manage the information, also knowing that globally there's this whole move to information security, data privacy, and all of that. So those are the systems that we run that help to streamline our processes.
Thank you, Monica. Now I would like to go back briefly to Mr. Mujira to tell us about the gaps that you have noticed in this area. How can other companies that are not yet accredited come into this space and get accredited as well? What are those gaps that you have seen that should be plugged and can be plugged by accreditation?
Okay, sometimes it's a lack of awareness and training. You're going to find people actually don't have the information required. They don't have the information required to compete at this international level. But of course, in attempt to attain the accreditation, you're forced to improve research and implement these different things. There's also a resistance to change because oil and gas might be new, but most of these jobs are not new. So you're going to find individuals who have a lot of hands-on experience, but they don't have the formal training. So this is, I think IEC also is doing quite a good job with sensitizing people on these different matters and improving people's attitude towards accreditation, certification, and health and safety overall.
Okay, thank you. So it's also an aspect of attitude. It's not only the training that is needed and the certifications. It starts with the attitude, but also with knowledge, to know what is required and know where you should apply your efforts so that you can be better and be more competitive. So I would like to ask Monica to also tell us briefly about IFC standards and how being an accredited company helps you to reach these international standards that are very important in delivering oil and gas projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what are the IFC performance standards? The IFC is the International Finance Corporation, and the performance standards are performance standards that have been generated to oversee environmental and social management for projects that are financed by the IFC. So the IFC does high-risk lending for projects in the emerging markets, of which Uganda is a part of. So these are IFC performance standards are 8 that any developer or a project implementer would need to look into to ensure that their investment or their project is in a certain way environmental and social proof. So the performance standards are 8. I will quickly run through them, with the first being on environmental and social risk assessment. This goes into looking at the general risk framework or risk category of the project that one is implementing. So it helps one to understand the risks, to be able to put in place the right mechanisms to manage those risks. We have performance standard 2 on labor and working conditions, performance standard 3 on resource efficiency and pollution prevention, 4 on community health and safety, 5 on biodiversity and conservation of natural resources. 5 is on land acquisition, 6 on biodiversity, 7 on something, and 8 on cultural heritage. Apologies. So, but the overall framework for this is that every investment, every project that is financed has the environmental and social lens clear, so that we know the risks, we know the impact, and are able to mitigate against those at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. So as we come towards the closing of this panel, I would like Alex from Smart Compliance to tell us briefly about other accreditations that can be undertaken that are key in oil and gas, and then we'll move to the other panelists as we conclude.
Thank you, moderator. Like I mentioned, so Smart Compliance is a training services provider, but Smart Compliance also provides inspection services, where we provide NDT or OCTG inspection services in the oil and gas industry. We also help organizations to give them consultancy to help them prepare for different ISO certifications. We walk the companies or the organizations through the journey of preparing themselves to become ISO certified. So this service we also provide. And then again, to add with the health and safety, of course, it's not only the NEBOSH accreditation. There are several other accreditations like Highfield accreditation, ECITB. So Smart Compliance has a wide range of accreditations to make sure that we give a wide range of training, health and safety training services. Because the health and safety training that a shop floor person will require is not the same as the middle management or the top management. The accreditations that we have on board are able to provide safety training across the whole organization. So these training services are very important, and it is critical for organizations to keep training, like my colleague said, in order to keep growing. So Smart Compliance Limited provides those services. And then it is also important to note, for example, like with the NEBOSH accreditation, you asked me earlier about the benefits. One benefit that I had forgotten to touch upon, Smart Compliance being the only NEBOSH learning provider in Uganda, and of course also in East and Central Africa. There are few providers in Kenya and in South Africa. So we are able to export these services also, okay? So for example, we go beyond Uganda, we provide training in Rwanda, we provide training in Mozambique, okay? We provide these training services to the oil and gas sector in Mozambique as well, okay? So it has been a benefit for us, like you had asked earlier.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Please give us your parting shots, Mr. Mujira.
Yes. Sometimes it's complicated to speak after someone who shares the same field, because it might seem like I'm repeating what he's saying, but yes, the ISO certifications also have allowed Inspector to expand into other countries in the region, now having a presence in Tanzania and Mozambique also. Yeah, and they just continue to push us to clean up our act and ensure we maintain compliance.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, Monica, please give us your parting shots.
Thank you very much. As I wind up, I just want to encourage perhaps any company that is seeking to walk this journey. That one, it's a journey of continuous improvement, just like every system, that comes from the beginner stage, which we always call the paperless stage. We do things, but we don't document them. And then we're able to grow to the moderate stage where it's a paper exercise. We now have our documentation, but we're not implementing. And then we're able to grow to the moderate stage or the intermediary stage where we have our documentation, but our implementation is inconsistent. And then eventually move to the mature stage where we have our documentation intact and our implementation sound. So for any entity that is looking to walk this journey, know that it's one of continuous improvement. That as you start from one stage, you always graduate to the next stage. If these 4 things are implemented to enhance that journey. One, there is a need for top management buy-in. So whoever is leading that organization, they must buy into that vision so that they are able to put in place the necessary resources to facilitate that journey. There is need to invest in training and sometimes specialized training for some high-risk sectors so that everybody who is part of this journey fully understands what they are getting into so that they are able to walk that same journey. And lastly is to have this embedded in the organizational ethos, the organizational value system, the organizational strategy, because QHSE is not a standalone component that is picked and randomly dropped somewhere. It is something that should be integral to the backbone of an organization so that at the end of the day, we are able to say, this is how we do things here. This is how we operate. And with that, one is able to see a lot of traction on this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Monica. And we have heard surely that when we implement health and safety practices as companies, there are a lot of benefits. As you have heard, expansion, there's more income coming in to the company if it has a good reputation for safety. And also the employees, they have morale as they work. They know they're in a safe environment. So this, it speaks to the importance of health and safety, but also to the importance of being accredited, because it really shows the commitment of the company, of the organization to health and safety. So with that, our panel comes to a conclusion. Thank you very much for listening.
Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Shalon, for all of the insights.
Thank you very much, Shalon. That was a very insightful discussion. The culture of health and safety and environment is quite key in the oil and gas sector, but it should also be key in our own lives. And implementing it just presents you a good culture as well. Now, for our next panel, we're going to be discussing exploring the possibilities of supplying other sectors, leveraging the oil and gas experience. So I'm going to call upon Mr. Regan from EPRC to come and introduce his panel. They'll be discussing options for enhancing the effects of petroleum industry and other industries and prevent the industry from being an enclave economy.
Thank you so much, Faith. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you. I am honored to moderate this session. Session 5 that seeks to explore the possibilities of supplying other sectors leveraging the oil and gas experience, options of enhancing the effects of petroleum industry and other industries, and prevent the industry from being an enclave economy. I come from a background of economics. I'm a researcher. So we'll handle this from an economic perspective, based on some research that we have conducted as EPRC on the intersectoral linkages between the oil and gas and the agriculture sector. And I just want to quote one statement that the president always says about the enclave economy. That in the 60s, Uganda was an enclave economy which was based on the 3 C's and the 3 T's, which means we were entirely relying on these 6 commodities. The 3 C's of which was coffee, cotton, and copper. The 3 T's which were tobacco, tea, and tourism. Now, someone may ask, what then is the problem with an enclave economy? Because an enclave economy means that you have foreigners or like extracting your resources, and they take them in a raw form without adding value. And that limits the intersectoral linkages between those particular sectors and the rest of the sectors. However, on the contrary, we would like to applaud PAU for doing a very good job for facilitating intersectoral linkages between the oil and gas and other sectors of the economy. And so, on this particular topic, we are going to look at how the suppliers, the companies that are giving services, the oil sector players, how they have been able to leverage that opportunity to influence their work, but also create more impact in other sectors of the economy. And I take this singular honor to invite the following distinguished panelists. The first one is Engineer Fred Semogerere. Engineer Fred Semogerere, kindly walk up to the stage. And a round of applause for him, Engineer. Engineer Fred Semogerere is a civil engineer with MBW Consulting Company. You are most welcome. Our second distinguished panelist is Mr. Femi Adeyemi. Mr. Femi Adeyemi is the head of commercial and supply chain at Three Ways Shipping Company, a Ugandan company that is in logistics and supply. A round of applause. I felt that was not good enough. You're welcome, Mr. Feni. Our last distinguished panelist is Mr. Benjamin Tumukunde. Mr. Benjamin Tumukunde is the head of business at an HR training and management company, if I'm not wrong, called Q Sourcing. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Benjamin Tumukunde. You're welcome, Benjamin. Kindly take up your seat. We have 30 minutes and to discuss this. So I'm going to probably give you a preamble of how to handle this. You will talk about, I have just one broad question for you, but before the broad question, I will request you to talk about what you do in your different companies. Feel free in the broad question to talk about some of the successes that could be an encouragement to a number of other companies in our presence. I will begin with MBW civil engineer, Engineer Fred Semogerere. Engineer Fred, kindly talk about what MBW Engineering Company does, especially in the perspective of the oil and gas sector. But also go ahead and share some of the experiences that the oil and gas sector has influenced your work and how, consequently, you are influencing or impacting other sectors of the economy. Over to you, Engineer Semogerere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Regan. My name is Fred Semogerere. I'm a civil engineer with MBW Consulting Limited. We are a civil engineering consultancy firm located on plot 107, Kira Road in Kamocha. So I have basically over 7 years experience in the design and supervision of a number of road and building construction projects here in Uganda. So allow me to briefly talk about MBW Consulting Limited, because in the morning, Mr. Regan, there is something I noted from your panel discussion. You talked about in life, we need a lawyer, a doctor, a farmer, and what else? A preacher. Yes, thank you. But it is important to note that engineers are very important people in the country and all over the world. So, talking briefly about MBW Consulting Limited, it is, like I said, a civil engineering consultancy firm that was formed in 1999 from a partnership between Mutenga Batumbia Consulting Engineers and Wardrobe Engineering Inc., which was a Canadian firm, specializing, of course, providing consultancy services. Our mission is to plan, design, supervise, and manage projects within the construction industry. Of course, following the established quality principles, including customer satisfaction and continuous improvement. But also our vision, we aim to achieve and maintain the position of the leading engineering and infrastructure consultancy firm in East and Central Africa. So I believe we have gone a long way towards achieving that vision. This year, allow me to also note, is our Silver Jubilee. We are celebrating 25 years as a consultancy firm. The services we specialize in are mainly in architectural design, civil engineering, structures and buildings, water supply systems engineering, and multidisciplinary engineering design. Going to the oil and gas sector, like Mr. Regan has talked about, in the oil and gas sector, we have been there for a very long time now, of course, offering and operating a number of services for the key players in the industry. We are registered on the National Supplier Database. Our number is 11708-17259, and we are also ISO certified. Our number is 1126556Q. We are also ISO 45001-2018 for occupational health and safety system. And basically, our area of impact in the oil and gas industry has been in exploration and production, construction and infrastructure, and delivering training programs to upskill a number of industry professionals across the country. So going to what are some of the major projects you have worked on? The most recent one is the Slambadje Drilling Support Base, the Tilenga project, where we worked under the Central Asian Development Group, offering project management services. We have also worked for a client, Talo, that's from a period of 2007 to 2013, on 60 discrete projects. This included 300 kilometers of access roads. So most of the infrastructure you see in the oil region was done, designed, and supervised by our company, including 20 waste storage pits, residential camps, and a lot of other facilities within the oil region. We have also done work for CNOC, like the Bugoma, the jetties. We have also done the Kingfisher Access Road, that escarpment road that most of you go through to go to Tilenga. It is also a product of MBW Consulting Limited. So when you pass on that road, just remember the name MBW Consulting Limited. And if you want services in that regard, you can always find us on plot 107 Kira Road, Kamocha. So we have done also a number of different projects, but mainly in providing enabling facilities for oil production.
Them and send it home. Now, when you find that to be a lot more job, you introduce his younger brother to this business. So say, you know what, I'll send these things home, you do the home clearing and submit the service to the people who want it. And that's how the business started. The business now metamorphosed gradually into clearing and forwarding, and slowly the business grew into logistics company that it is today, but not without challenges. Before oil and gas, the company became a huge business with over 200 trucks in Uganda doing distribution and carrying of heavy loads from Mombasa into the country. And so just before COVID, there was a bit of constraint in operation. However, that did not remove the experience gathered over the years. So once oil and gas comes in, the founders knew that, look, we have experience. So let's not shy away from getting involved in oil and gas. And thankfully, we are one of those contractors with the giants, CNOOC and Total today.
Wow.
Now that's the story of a messenger that metamorphosed into a logistics company today. Now, just to talk quickly about how we are ready with the oil and gas opportunity that comes in.
Kindly get near your mic. Kindly get near your mic so that people can hear.
Now, I'd like to talk about the opportunities that are in there. Now, I did say that over these decades of working, the experience of what we need to do as a business is already there. All we needed to do was to incorporate ourselves into the standards of oil and gas. And today, my company is, let me use the word, one of the favorites of Total. Just 2 days ago, we got rewarded with 2 awards in their HSSE meeting that happened in Mentil. We got one, our staff, to CIMEC Just Free, was the best when it comes to reporting anomalies, meaning that we incorporated standard to the highest level possible. My company, within the medium risk management, is the best company. So these are not easy awards from Total in oil and gas. So it requires some, congratulations to us.
Wow, that's so interesting. Before we go to Benjamin, these stories, ladies and gentlemen, are stories of inspiration. And more so, these are stories coming from Ugandan-based companies. And I think we who are in this hall are exceedingly privileged to be able to hear from these gentlemen about Ugandan-based companies, because a lot has been going on that you cannot make it. I mean, your company cannot even celebrate your first birthday. But we hear how different companies have been able to make it by leveraging the great and enormous opportunities in the oil and gas. So ladies and gentlemen, I know there are so many companies here. I think we can actually get a lot from this. Going to Benjamin, just the last one. Benjamin, kindly tell us about Q sourcing, how it has been able to leverage the oil and gas, especially in your training component, which is very promising and has achieved a lot of tremendous success for you. Over to you, Benjamin.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mugume. Yes, I'm Benjamin Tumukunde, the head of business of TASK, the training arm of Q-Sourcing. I'll begin by introducing what Q-Sourcing is. Q-Sourcing is a human capital management firm currently present in all East African countries that has service lines like recruitment, manpower management, and IPPMS. Q-Sourcing has a training arm called the Assessment and Skilling Center. You have alluded to the training. Now, to get into your question and to talk about the impact the oil and gas industry has had on Q-Sourcing, I'll begin by saying that oil and gas basically helped transform our business. Why? Because of oil and gas, we got the opportunity to work with some of the best oil and gas companies in the world. And through this, we also got into partnerships with some of the great certification bodies. Now, to delve more into your question from the training part, I will give a story which I think should be able to resonate very easily. From around 2006, TASC has been training artisans. No, 2017, sorry, 2014. And we have trained more than 3,000 artisans in a period of 10 years. But to bring this home, I will just bring out one story of one of the gentlemen who came to our center to achieve a skill. He's called Kato. He undertook a coded welding training program with us, got an American Welding Society certification. 6 years down the road, he has established a workshop in Katwe. And he is using international standards to serve his customers in Katwe. And for us, we have 3,000 such stories. We have carried out our tracer studies of some of the trainees who have gone through our hands, and they are in various sectors ranging from manufacturing, construction, and all. Some of them have actually also left the country and gone to Qatar and to Dubai. You know, it is different when you go to these places and you have a skill in your hands. No one is going to remove a kidney of a welder because that welder is adding to their economy. So as I speak more into this, the beauty of having an international accredited skill is when you get this skill, you break boundaries. Your projects are coming out across the region. We are talking about the natural gas projects in Tanzania, the projects that are coming up in Mozambique. The skill sets that we have here, because they are internationally accredited, can easily get into these areas because of the accreditations they have achieved. Q-Sourcing has a regional footprint. We're in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, and we have some offshoots in Mozambique and Namibia. And all this is because of these high oil and gas standards that we have fully entrenched ourselves in. And because of that, we are able to assist people. One, put up their careers, and two, we have broken their boundary. Their boundaries are now broken because of the skill sets they have achieved. Yeah, over to you, Mr. Mugume.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Those are great experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, we just have 3 minutes. Yeah, we have 3 minutes. You are all talking about game-changing, experiences about your companies. But maybe one more question. What has been the power, can you talk more about the power of partnerships and collaborations in your work? Just within 30 seconds, each one of us, how have you been able to leverage partnerships and collaborations with other value chain actors in tapping into these opportunities? Have you walked the journey alone? I want to think no. Engineer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reagan. During my presentation, like I was saying, partnerships really we have been involved in a number of partnerships. But partnerships have been a way, or have been very important in especially sharing knowledge, sharing resources, and also in a way, you share experiences from partnerships. Because when you're entering into a new sector and you are unaware, unknowledgeable about some aspects of a certain sector, the role of partnerships comes into play if you are involved with another partner who has had expansive knowledge within that sector. And that has played a critical role in most of the work we've done all over the country in so many different activities.
Okay, thank you so much, Engineer. So, Femi.
Okay, since...
Example of any partnership you have leveraged and how has it worked for you?
Since I have I have only 30 seconds. I hope that will be enough. I'll just talk about two. One is the big one for us, that is international. And so just before we went into the contract with Total, we find it fit that we need to join muscle with an international company. And that was successful. Coming to 2 years now, we have a partnership with a company in South Africa. And that partnership is worth a couple of millions of dollars of equipment. So it's not small. Now, we didn't stop there. Within Uganda, we also partner with small businesses. For example, we have a company that has a couple of cranes, and we know we need those cranes for Total's job. We went into partnership with them, and now we own their crane, and their business is also growing. So we have small businesses we have partnerships with in Uganda, and then the big one in South Africa, making us ready for the oil and gas business.
Over to you, Benjamin.
Yes. So in 30 seconds, I'll first state that Q-Sourcing is in a JV relationship with World Recruitment Services. And so we have WQS. That's a very important partnership. Then we are also in partnership with international accreditation bodies like City and Guilds, ECITB, Highfield International. Our biggest focus is on people development. And I think this has also been said in this conference, that while oil and gas are a finite resource, people are infinite. And so the knowledge that we try to invest in with these accreditation bodies is to ensure that while oil and gas will one day come to an end, the skill sets, the knowledge that we are going to be investing in our people is infinite. And that also explains some of the partnerships that we have. Over to you, Regan.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our distinguished panelists. As we come to an end, we have come, we have seen and witnessed. Ugandan-based companies are a true success story, as you can hear for yourselves. So this is actually they are pace setters for us. Let's tap into the opportunities that are presented by the oil and gas sector. As we conclude our session, I think, from my conviction, that PAU and other key sector players they deserve a round of applause, a big one. A big one. Thank you so much, PAU. We cannot be an enclave economy. With all these multi-sectoral linkages that we are seeing, with the people that have been trained, the Q-Sourcing, the three ways, our roots are everywhere. The roots of the oil and gas are everywhere. And it's amazing that all this is happening even before the first oil. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. Thank you so much, Faith. We have come to a close. And we can also clap for the panelists once again. Thank you so much for your time and for your insights. A blessed day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mugume. Thank you, panel members. I'll kindly request that you stand with us here. We take a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had such a remarkable journey over the past 2 days. We've learned a lot regarding the opportunities. We've seen what the oil companies, the subcontractors, the contractors have been able to do over the past years. And we've also been able to see the opportunities to come. And that's something that we should be able to celebrate and be able to take home with us. But to help us reflect on all we've covered and ensure no key point is left behind, it's my honor to introduce someone who has been keenly following every session, capturing the interest of this conference. So together with me, allow me to introduce Ms. Linda Nalubanga, who is the Senior National Content Officer in charge of manpower regulations. She's a seasoned professional in this field. If you know her personally, you know she's very passionate about national content. So I introduce to you Miss Linda Nalubanga, who will be joining with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. I can see, can we stand up for maybe just a second to stretch up a bit? Okay, we can stretch. Everyone stretch. Thank you. You can now sit. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who has participated in this conference, and I would like to summarize what transpired over the past 2 days. One, we had the objectives of this conference, and the major objective was to showcase the success stories of local content and promotion of joint venture, which I believe all participants here have been able to see today. We've created, one of the objectives was to create awareness of the available opportunities for national participation in the construction and upcoming phase, and we've seen that. Another objective was to discuss opportunities for joint venture and domiciliation in Uganda. We've also seen various facilitators talking about the importance of joint ventures and how they've impacted on them. We've discussed financing and taxation, and also we've been able to see the different incentives that we can look at to benefit from the tax regime. As the key takeaways for this conference, you are aware that this year's theme was advancing national content in the oil and gas sector 3 years after FID, and I must say that the overall attendance has been good. About 1,300 people have physically attended this workshop, and online, we've had about 1,200 over views, which really makes this workshop very, very important in this country. We've seen how this conference demonstrated a key example of public-private partnerships, seeing the oil companies, the academia, seeing the government, everyone coming together for one cause, promotion of national content, and we should be happy about it. Other key areas of national content have also were mentioned, and I'm very, very confident that everyone here is now well versed with the key areas that the government of Uganda looks at while promoting national content, including employment, technology transfer, use of Ugandan goods and services, among others. So we are very confident that everyone now is aware about the key national content pillars that are helping us to promote national content in Uganda. If you recall, we were also highlighted on some other key opportunities that are coming up, and key of this is the third licensing round, which will be announced soon. But again, since we've been deliberating on financing of various aspects in the oil and gas sector, we've also been able to be enlightened about the local content fund, which many companies will benefit from in the future once it's actually actualized. Emphasis was also made to promote regional content. We shouldn't only be into local content, but we should go as far as East Africa, especially on the ECOP. Ugandan companies should be able to work in Tanzania, and also Tanzanian companies should be able to come and work in Uganda. That's the promotion of, regional content and beyond. Highlights on the achievements were done there's highlights of achievements in the different areas of national content. And if you recall, most of the companies highlighted what they've achieved, the trainings they've done, the employment they've done in order to promote national content. The emphasis of joint ventures was also made, encouraging companies to enter into joint venture partnerships in order to promote national content. The challenge of fronting was also hinted on, whereby we will all have to put heads together to see how we can avoid challenges such as fronting. If you recall, this conference did not only talk about what is present now, but it also highlighted opportunities that will be there in terms of in the operation and maintenance phase. And therefore, as Ugandans, we shouldn't just prepare for the remaining development phase, but we should also be preparing ourselves to participate in the upcoming phases of the sector. The need to compliance was also emphasized, compliance to national content, and I would like to commend most of the companies here that have ensured that they support national content activities. Other areas that were mentioned from our colleagues from Nigeria that are key takeaways are the value chain optimization, sustainable operation, research and technology as additional local content value proportion for Africa. And therefore, would like to encourage all companies and our partners to take up some of these areas to support in, for example, in technology transfer, research with different academias. We talked about strengthening collaboration between local business and finance institutions. And if you recall, the banks indicated that they will be ready to support you in financing, but again, you also have to organize ourselves to ensure that we are able to participate and to get the required credit to support the activities in the oil and gas sector. Some examples of some of the opportunities where we can leverage on were the ABSA SME Academy and Training Enterprise, the Stanbic Incubator, and Postbank, which is also financing a lot of contracts. So all stakeholders can look into details in some of these aspects. We've had companies that have aligned with the industrial requirements and have continued to supply good quality goods. Roofings was here emphasizing on how they benefited from the oil and gas sector. They were able to increase on their production and to produce unique goods and services. So it is possible for everyone to participate and actually gain from the sector. We've had strengthened collaboration between local businesses and financial institutions. The role of accreditation and certification for both personnel and enterprises in the oil and gas sector has also been emphasized by different presenters, and we have to take accreditation very seriously and certification for us to be able to supply goods and services or even employ our people in the sector. Finally, the standards required in the oil and gas sector have promoted many companies Some of these companies have taken up those standards and have improved their reporting. They have been able to certify their people. And so those are really key takeaways for all other stakeholders who are here. I want to thank you once again for coming, and I wish you a very good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, for highlighting all of the key learnings from the past 2 days. But something that has been alluded to for the last 2 days, and I think it's about time for us, ladies and gentlemen, to actually understand the full potential of what we can take advantage of as a supplier in the oil and gas sector is a new platform. You've all heard about the NSD, the National Supplier Database, but the future is going to be unveiled today. So it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the Manager Corporate Affairs. Please welcome with me the one and only Gloria Sebikari to take us through the process. Give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I won't make you stretch again. We are getting close to the end of the conference where we'll have our grand finale. But before that, as indicated in the program, we are launching and introducing the joint qualification system under the National Suppliers Database. So my role here is very simple: to tell you about the joint qualification system before I invite the Executive Director, PAU, to launch the system. So the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has upgraded the National Supplier Database, which we all call the NSD, into a joint qualification system for Uganda's oil and gas sector. And this is meant for the industry to have a standardized and transparent means of pre-qualifying suppliers on the NSD for opportunities within the sector. The switch to the upgraded system will be effected starting today at 11:59 p.m. up to 30th November, and will thereafter go live on 2nd December 2024, which is on Monday. So this means we will have some downtime starting today at 11:59. So if you are still uploading some documents, please do so quickly before we have a period of downtime to enable us make the switch. So why are we switching? So the joint qualification system accords the users of the NSD, which I guess most of you are, the following improvements. We have an improved landing page reflecting expressions of interest or procurement notices, buyers, suppliers, and a login and sign up. That is the main highlights of the new landing page. So it's now also a web application page with a responsive and easy to use interface in comparison to the current NSD. It also comes with the ability for applicants to track applications from registration from submission up to the point of qualification. So if you have submitted your documents, you're able to see via the system what the progress is and at what stage your application for qualification is. Then we have authentication of applicants through a one-time password mechanism that will be sent to the email address of the contact designated by the entity during the application process. Now, the existing companies in the NSD will use the same login credentials. This is very important for all users of the NSD. So what you're currently using in the old system is what you will still use to access the newly upgraded system. This means you do not have to register again, and the data will be migrated to the new system. So we'll also have a catalog of all products and services with unique identification codes for each product. These codes will replace the ISIC codes in the old NSD. Then we also have a minimum qualification criterion for each product or service that will be visible to suppliers while applying for a specific product or service. Then categorization of supplies according to the business category that you specialize in. The buyers, who are usually PAU licensees, subcontractors, and other entities, will be able to place their adverts directly on the system. Previously, the adverts were placed only by the administrators from PAU. So this means that each entity here that is running an advert will have the responsibility and an ability to place the adverts on the system immediately they are ready for publications. These adverts will be visible to all suppliers. However, suppliers under a specific category advertised shall automatically receive notifications on their contact email address. This means that immediately an advert is uploaded into the system, you do get a notification. So it's important that you have the correct email address linked to the system to enable you get these notifications in real time. Then ministries, departments and agencies of government, the licensed companies, together with contractors and subcontractors, can publicize events such as workshops, conferences, meetings, and training programs on the NSD. These events shall be visible to all entities registered on the NSD, meaning that we are having an easier means of communication when it comes to engagements related to contracting and supplying the oil and gas sector. Importantly, registration to the NSD remains free and is undertaken in line with the guidelines posted on the portal. When you access the portal, you're able to see the step-by-step guidelines, including the required documents for you to be able to register. If you're familiar with the system, if you've used the NSD over the years, then you're aware of these guidelines. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda appreciates all of you, the users of the NSD, and encourages all entities with interest in supplying goods and services to Uganda's oil and gas sector to register on the database. Remember, this is a statutory requirement. So are there any companies here not registered on the NSD by show of hands? We'll ask you, how did you get here? Because the invitation was sent via the NSD. But please visit the PAU booth and get the support you need in order to register, because you cannot access all these opportunities that have been spoken about if you're not registered on the NSD, and neither can you get the information. As I wind up, we regret any disruptions that are going to occur during these 2 days of downtime as the transition to the upgraded system is being concluded. During this period, the system will be completely shut down and will go live on 2nd December 2024, and that is on Monday. So this upgrade of the NSD, it is still the National Supplier Database. So we are not going to call it any other name. Just to be clear, it's still the NSD, and it's simply being upgraded. Lastly, the National Supplier Database for Uganda's oil and gas sector has been upgraded to enhance its efficiency and will continue running seamlessly. We welcome you to register on the NSD. The authority remains committed to creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. I've read this on behalf of the Executive Director, and I'm glad who is the owner of the NSD by law. So I'm glad to invite Mr. Ernest Rubondo, the ED, to come and officially launch the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my honor and pleasure to launch the joint qualification system for the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, which my colleagues in the Petroleum Authority have worked very hard to put in place. I think it's important to also recognize the support the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has received from Nigeria, where they are already implementing a system like that. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the future of supplier qualification and procurement in Uganda's oil and gas sector. The Joint Qualification System, JQS, an upgrade from the National Supplier Database. The JQS is here to transform how suppliers and buyers connect, making processes more efficient. At the heart of the JQS is the landing page, your gateway to vital information. Here you'll find adverts for open bidding opportunities from the international oil companies, IOCs, contractors, and subcontractors. A comprehensive list of qualified suppliers, complete with categories. Details of registered buyers actively seeking partnerships. Whether you're a supplier or buyer, getting started is easy. For suppliers, if you're already in the National Supplier Database, simply log in with your email and password to access your updated profile. Not yet on the database, sign up in just a few clicks by selecting your category, individual or non-individual, and providing your details. Buyers can also create an account by entering the required information to register as an IOC or contractor. Once logged in, suppliers can update their profiles with their enhanced qualification categories. Simply select your major category, choose the relevant subcategories for your products or services, upload the required documents, submit, and wait for approval from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Your profile will then be listed in the system, ready for the buyers to find and engage with you. Buyers, your dashboard is designed to streamline the procurement process. You can access a menu of qualified suppliers, create and manage expressions of interest, track procurement stages, and submit bid evaluation reports directly to the PAU. Once approved, the system will update the status to no objection, allowing you to proceed with awarding contractors. The JQS also includes a complaints menu, making it easy for buyers and suppliers to raise queries. Track the status of your complaint, whether it's open, in progress, or resolved, ensuring accountability and timely resolution. The Joint Qualification System is more than just a platform. It's a gateway to opportunities, collaboration, and growth in Uganda's oil and gas sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can clap a little bit harder than that. Congratulations to the ED and the entire team. This has been a long time coming. I think it's always good when an organization makes it easier for suppliers and buyers alike to be able to access and to engage with the sector. I'm going to kindly say that we have a 15-minute health break, and then we will come back and then change gears to wrap up the evening. Thank you very much. Let's take a quick break, and we're back here in 15 minutes.
Swans, baby. Winnie Nwaji. Vink. Swans, baby. Winnie Nwaji.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly take our seats so that we can kick off the next segment of the event? We're just about to start the next segment. Kindly come back in and take your seats. Commencement is imminent. Swans, baby. Winnie Nwaji.
eddukano sinne bumpita njagala tukaddiwe nga yenza koyita ddiya walivuga kagaali nange ndibakugaliya njagala tukaddiwe nga yenza koyita ddiya amaso gange kugwe eddukano sinne bumpita njagala tukaddiwe nga yenza koyita ddiya walivuga kagaali nange ndibakugaliya njagala tukaddiwe nga yenza koyita ddiya Swans, baby. Winnie Nwaji.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the moment that you've all been waiting for. Steve-O, do you have some music for me? You on standby? All right. So we talked about this segment, and I think it's important that we understand that the oil and gas sector has so many different players. And when you do good, it makes you feel good. And when you appreciate the good that other people have done, it makes them even feel better. So this time we have what they call the National Content Awards. And there's so many interesting categories. Number one, Faith, could you come up here for a second? And I just want to show people something. You know, they say that it's important to make sure that if you work in a sector that people understand the value of standards. So I started working with Faith just yesterday, and overnight her standards changed. She came looking dressed exactly like me.
Oh, you came dressed looking exactly like
What
me.
time did you wake up? These are the questions.
Took my notes.
So in terms of standards, we want to make sure that we promote high standards in the sector. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be rewarding the CSR of the year, employment and skilling,
Technology Transfer Award, the Supplier Development Award,
inclusivity. How are we ensuring that everybody has equal opportunities in your organization? And you know, one of the biggest challenges people have always been querying, oil and gas, won't it impact the environment negatively? So what are you doing as an organization to ensure that you are greening and that all of your activities are sustainable? So those are the questions. Is that the final award?
No, the final award, we're going to have the National Content Partner of the Year, and which is very important because we've been looking at how far we've come and how much more we can do. So we're going to award the National Content Partner of the Year.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our job was just to warm up and invite the two individuals whose task it is to be able to take us through this award ceremony. We'd like to call Gloria back to actually do that. And is Gloria coming all alone?
Gloria is coming with James Mshere, who is the National Content Officer, Contract, the Senior National Content Officer for Contract.
Let's give them a round of applause as they make their way later on.
But before we have Gloria and James, who are going to give out the awards, or who are going to announce, who are going to take over the ceremony, I'm going to request that we have Ms. Penina Ahewa, the Director Economic and National Content Monitoring, who is going to come and give us a brief about these awards and a history of the awards, why we're having the awards, and what the categories mean. Miss Penina Ahewa, you're welcome. A round of applause for her.
Thank you very much for keeping around. I can see, I think that the room is still full. We don't take it for granted. Thank you very much for keeping around. I thought I would kind of put some disclaimers to these awards, because as PAU, we are there to make sure there is compliance to the commitments we have agreed with the licensees, the contractors and the subcontractors. But we are also there to make sure people are following international best practices, even if something is not in the contract, but we know where these licensees are coming from, it is being applied there. We require that they apply it here. So these awards, this is the second time we are giving these awards. Again, I want to put a disclaimer. They are not to say the people we are rewarding are 100% compliant. Of course, compliance is two-way, and how we apply regulation in Uganda. We employ them to do self-regulation, and then to some extent, we have to come in. So this is really to recognize people that have done relatively better than others in the different categories. People who have made really an effort, and they deserve to be thanked, they deserve to be appreciated, to encourage them maybe next year to even go more than what they have done. So we have looked at a period of June 2023 to June 2024. And we have basically based on the submissions that have come through from the licensees and the tier 1 contractors. We have not only relied on what they have told us they did, we have looked at it, but also verified it with what we know is on ground. So it's not entirely the trumpets they blew to us. We went ahead to verify what they said they have done, to verify it with what we know on ground. We have also, based on the experience we have had with these licensees and contractors, yes, some of them have really achieved and have achieved a lot in terms of numbers, in terms of values, values of money, but some of them, the achievements have been because we have really been on their back. And so in some categories where you have really achieved, but you have achieved because we pushed you to employ, to contract a Ugandan, and then we have followed you to pay them, you know, those considerations have also been put in place. And you'll find that you, in your mind, you may be thinking, I contracted Ugandans, I paid them, you know, this much. To me, I am the highest in this area. But on our side, if we had to follow you to pay them, and we had to follow you to do this and the other, we did not consider you in that category. So we've looked at so many things, and this has been very transparently done. In the next awards, the third, I think we will go further. In this conference, we've been talking a lot about diversifying, you know, going into other sectors of the economy, but also trying to go outside of the country to look for opportunities that are across borders. So in the next awards, we'll be looking at how diversified are you in other sectors of the economy, and have you made any attempts to go outside of Uganda and take advantage of the opportunities, because we want you to go out and bring money into the country. So those are some of the aspects we'll be considering in the next awards. I know on the different panels you saw Ugandans that have already made an attempt. They're in Malawi, they're in Tanzania, they're in Mozambique, and we want many more. So in the next round, that will be one of the considerations, especially for the tier 1 contractors that are Ugandan. So in a nutshell, that is what I thought I would say about these awards. The details are going to be done by James Musherure. And James, you're welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Musherure, and I will be taking you through these awards with Miss Gloria Sebikari. The first award is the Technology Transfer Award. This award is presented in recognition of outstanding achievements in the area of technology transfer to Ugandan companies and learning institutions that has enabled them enhance their capacity and increase efficiency. The nominees under this category have done some of the following. The first, we look at the monetary value of investment in the technology transfer. The second, the nature and potential impact of that technology transfer. And third, the transferred technology to Ugandan institutions, companies, and government agencies. Under these awards, we shall be awarding both categories, like the director said, the licensees and contractors. They are each in their own categories. Under the category of the licensees, the finalists for this award are the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC, and Total Energies EP Uganda. If we are to vote, maybe most of you might vote UNOC or Total, but the winner under this category has invested over $150,000 in this year or under the period being reviewed in areas of technology transfer. He has supported the Uganda Petroleum Institute Kigumba in developing the curriculum, infrastructure of knowledge and skills transfer, helped in training the teachers and professions there, and he has set up a medical simulation training center at Makerere University. The winner of this award is Total Energies EP Uganda. May I take this opportunity to invite the CEO of the Petroleum Commission of Ghana to award this award and also the next. You're welcome, sir. While Total Energies, please come up for recognition.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Total Energies. Big round of applause.
Another round of applause for Total Energies. Well done, Total Energies, being the technology transfer company or licensee of the year. Thank you very much. We'll request the CEO to stay for just a few seconds. Under the same category, the contractors or tier 2 company that is being recognized as the technology transfer company of this year had 3 finalists. We had ZPEP Uganda Limited, we had McDermott Uganda Limited, and we had CCJV. The winner of this award has invested in training of Ugandans in specialized areas of heat tracing to enable them maintain the heat tracing equipment that will monitor the flow of the waxy crude through the pipeline. And the winner of this award is McDermott Uganda Limited, and we'd like to invite them here for a word.
A round of applause for McDermott Uganda. A job well done, McDermott.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to Total Energies and McDermott. So ladies and gentlemen, the second award today is the Skilling and Employment Award. This award is presented in recognition for outstanding contribution to skilling and employment of Ugandans in the oil and gas sector. So the criteria that was considered is the monetary value of investment in training Ugandans outside, both within and outside the country, the nature and value of activities undertaken under the training, and importantly, the number of Ugandans employed on the project. Other considerations included the actual impact of skilling and employment on the beneficiaries. I think we had some testimonies today, over the last 2 days. So in the first category of the licensed oil companies, remember we have 4 licensed oil companies. The finalists under the Skilling and Employment Award are ECOP Limited, a hand clap for them, Total Energies EP Uganda, and the Uganda National Oil Company. So the specific winner has spent $158,000 during this year, the year under consideration, on training Ugandans who are not necessarily employees of the company. They have invested in training over 60 interns from various Ugandan universities and graduate trainees, and a number of welders at the Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chigumba. Several of these trainees have been absorbed and now permanent staff of this specific licensee. The winner has also engaged partners, including the Uganda Manufacturers Association. We heard earlier how they are part of the entire value chain to give opportunities to Ugandans as trainees and interns. And they also employ 100% of Ugandans. All their employees are Ugandans. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Skilling and Employment Award under the licensee category for the year 2024 is the Uganda National Oil Company. A hand clap for them. I would like to invite Mr. Silas Jimmy Jaye from the National Content Monitoring Board to hand over the award. DJ Lauda for UNOC. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Uganda National Oil Company. Congratulations to them.
For UNOC, please stay with us, Mr. Silas. So ladies and gentlemen, under the contractors category, we have 3 finalists under the Skilling and Employment Award. And these are Valorec Oil and Gas Uganda SMC Limited, ZPEB Uganda Company Limited, and Sinopec International Petroleum Service Company, Uganda Limited. So the winner of the Skilling and Employment Award under the contractor category has spent more than $3 million on skilling of Ugandans during the period under review. They've conducted 56 trainings on various areas, including 9 trainees in design engineering in China, 4 negative digitization licensing, side boom training, lifting supervisor, high voltage cable operators, etc. It's a lot for $3 million. They've hired 9 interns, and 4 interns have been promoted to planning assistant engineers, and 2 are pursuing further education. Then 82% of their personnel employed are Ugandans. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the winner of the Skilling and Employment Award under the contractor category, who is Sinopec International Petroleum Service Company Limited.
Give it up for Sinopec International Petroleum Services. Congratulations, Sinopec. Another round of applause.
Another round of applause for Sinopec. Thank you. These awards are meant to encourage you to take on the national content initiatives, and we are happy that companies are continuing to implement these initiatives in order to develop the capacity of Ugandans. The next award is the Supplier Development Award of the Year. And this award is given to companies in recognition of their outstanding achievements in supplier development and financial expansion of the companies through contracting. The enterprises that benefit from these, or the companies that we recognize in this category, are those that have taken activities of supplier development program on a quarterly basis as per the regulation. They assess the monetary value spent in relation to supplier development initiatives, the nature and impact of these supplier development initiatives, those initiatives that are outside or in addition to the regulation, and also in conjunction with the spend. The licensees category had 3 finalists. These include ECOP Limited, include Uganda National Oil Company, and include Total E&P Uganda, Total Energies E&P Uganda. The winner under this category is a company that has invested more than $1.26 million in these initiatives. It has implemented community supplier development programs in 6 districts, benefiting 446 community companies. It has facilitated ISO integration management system training for over 250 enterprises, that's including ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 15101. It has met all its quarterly supplier engagements as per the law, and it has finally set up and commenced the operations of the Industrial Enhancement Center. The winner under this category, ladies and gentlemen, is Total Energies E&P Uganda for the outstanding, and give them another round of applause. I would like to invite the board member of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Mr. Innocent Chihika, to come and give this award and the next one. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Total Energies. A tremendous job, Total Energies EP Uganda. Another round of applause for Total Energies. Big congratulations to you, Total Energies EP Uganda.
Congratulations, Total. Wow, I think you're happy. 2 awards. In the contractors category, the finalists of the same award are 3 companies: CCJV, Sinopec International Petroleum Services Company, Uganda, and Motor Angel Uganda Limited. The winner under this category has invested over $20,000 in implementing supplier development programs and initiatives. He has invested over 53 million through subcontracting and engaging Ugandan companies to take part of the scope. They have held consistently all supplier development workshops on time, benefiting more than 345 community-based companies. The company has also partnered with Stanbic Bank Incubator to build the enterprises in financial management and is regularly participating in training of companies under the Industrial Enhancement Center. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this award is Motor Angel Uganda Limited.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Motor Angel Uganda Limited.
Big congratulations to Motor Angel Uganda Limited. A round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a 3rd category under supplier development. Congratulations, SINOC, So under the second category of contractors, the finalists for the CSR award are ZPEP Uganda Company Limited, SLB, and Motor Angel Uganda Limited. So the winner under the contractor category has constructed infrastructure benefiting schools within the project area. This is over 700 students, teachers, and staff of these specific schools. They've donated a number of equipment or necessities to the schools in hard-to-reach areas, including beds, mattresses, mosquito nets, and other amenities. They've also embarked on a water stewardship project to provide safe and sustainable water systems to communities in 8 villages, impacting close to 4,000 people. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the CSR Award of the Year, I see them smiling, is SLB.
Give it up for SLB. A big congratulations to you, SLB.
Well done, SLB.
A round of applause to SLB.
Thank you very much. I must say that in the next year awards, please, we encourage you to make your submissions. We know not all of you made submissions, so that you can participate in these awards. The next category of awards is the Greening and Sustainability Award. This award recognizes the companies that have championed the greening and sustainability and made outstanding achievements and significant contributions towards conserving the environment and sustainable utilization of the environment. Under the licensee category, the winner under this category has participated in the National Greening Campaign. They have also run a tree planting campaign and planted over 4,500 trees. The winner of this award, therefore, is Total Energies E&P Uganda Limited.
Another round of applause for Total Energies E&P Uganda.
Invite the ED of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda to give this award. Another round of applause. Congratulations once again. I must say the competition at the licensee level is quite tight because we have a few companies there. So we encourage you to invest in licenses so that they increase the competition there. Under the contractor award for the same category, the winner under this category has planted over 1,000 trees at UPIC. He has planted over 80 fruit trees to promote reforestation at the same. They have, under the theme Technology for Decarbonization, engaged schools in Kampala and Hoima to participate in the Angola Central and East Africa Inter-Schools competition where 14 students were rewarded with scholarships, and has created HSE for Youth program to train school children in Bulisa on the importance of road safety, impacting over 16,000 students. And the winner of this category is SLB.
Congratulations again to SLB. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, SLB.
Thank you and congratulations. The next award is the Inclusivity Award. And this award will be presented in recognition of efforts executed in promoting inclusivity within the oil and gas sector players through an idea or process that promotes recruitment of women, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups within Uganda. The criteria followed was for companies employing 50 or more staff, and then companies that have more than 17% female staff. Why 17%? Because this is the current oil and gas industry average for females. So if you're below 17%, you didn't make the cut. So under the licenses, we have 3 finalists under the Inclusivity Award, and these are the Uganda National Oil Company, we have ECOP Limited, and Total Energies EP Uganda. So the winner has promoted inclusivity by having the highest percentage of female employees, that's over 40%, and has implemented initiatives empowering women and building their capacity to grow within the company, but also within their project area. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Inclusivity Award for licensees for the year 2024, any guesses? The winner is ECOP Limited. Allow me to invite Ms. Judith Blay, the Director Contracts Administration from the Petroleum Commission of Ghana, to hand over the award to ECOP Limited.
Congratulations to the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, ECOP. Let's give them a round of applause.
Another round of applause for ECOP.
Congratulations to ECOP. Ladies and gentlemen, under the contractors category, we have 3 finalists, and the panel of judges informs us that this was the most closely contested award, with having finalists very little to set them apart. So it means in the industry in Uganda, we are performing above average in inclusivity. So a hand clap to all our finalists, but we can only select one winner. So the finalists under the contractors are CCJV, BTS Clearing and Forwarding Limited, and SLB. So specifically, the winner has the highest percentage of female at all levels within the company and has implemented initiatives empowering women to build their capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Inclusivity Award under the contractors category is BTS Clearing and Forwarding.
A round of applause for BTS Clearing and Forwarding. A big congratulations to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a hand clap for BTS. We have just one category to go. But before we read out the category, the winners and the citation, I'll request all the winners to come here, 2 representatives from each winning company to come and stand here, and as we prepare for the group photo and go through the final award. So if you've received an award, please come and stand to my right as we go to the grand finale of the awards. So just 2 representatives from each of the award winners. BTS, please don't go. Please stay here. And I request all the winners to come and stand here as we prepare for the group photo. Over to you, James.
Well. I think all of us know that this is the last award, and I know many of us are hoping to be the ones to take it. So there's still an opportunity for you to go and celebrate at the cocktail after this award. The next award is the general award, the National Content Contractor of the Year / Licensee of the Year. This award is looking at both licensees and contractors who have made an impact and been crucial in developing of national content in terms of numbers of Ugandans employed, in terms of value of goods and services procured from Ugandan companies, and in compliance with all national content requirements under the law. So the general observation of how you have performed over the year in national content. Now, the national content, and this time I will start with the contractors. The National Content Contractor of the Year employs over 1,000 Ugandans in total employment, has contracted in this year over $16 million or has been contracted to Ugandan companies. He has also, on average, engaged over 138 subcontractors under this period and has carried out supplier development programs. But more pertinently, the contractor has shown great dedication to national content compliance, including efforts to pay subcontractors, and in areas that have thrown off many would-be contenders under this category, because we've had a challenge with payments of contractors in this category. And therefore, the company that has really, on average, or contractor, done its best to be a partner in this year under the subcontractor category or contractor category is Motor Angel Uganda Limited. I would like to invite the board chair of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda to...
Congratulations, Motor Angel Uganda, for being the National Content Contractor of the Year. A big congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Motor. And under this category, there was very stiff competition. Some companies were knocked off because of simple reasons like non-submission of your reports, delaying payment to your subcontractors, and the rest, a few.
Congratulations, Motor Angel Uganda Limited.
Thank you. Would like you to... One more. Who can guess the licensee under this category? Sinok, Uganda. I've had Sinok, I've had UNOC, I've had Total. But the licensee or the winner under this category employs more than 550 Ugandans directly. That's over 67%. In this period, he has contracted Ugandan companies, over 2,000 subcontractors engaged, and awarded contracts over $50 million in the same year. Therefore, the winner of the licensee National Content Licensee of the Year is Total Energies E&P Uganda. Congratulations, Total.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Total Energies E&P. Félicitations.
If you have not made or won an award this year, there is next year. Please do your efforts to ensure you promote national content, make submissions, and participate and be recognized. Gloria, do you have anything to add?
Thank you all. You can stay on the stage. We are going to invite the rest of the award winners to come to the stage for a group picture. And I'll also invite our dignitaries who handed over the awards to please join us for the group picture so that we can celebrate with our award winners. Some of the awards are not yet branded because the competition was so tight. It took a while to, verify the information, but we will brand the awards and get them back to you. So congratulations to all our winners. And we encourage all those that didn't submit, next year, do the work and make the submissions.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause to all of our winners from the second annual National Content Awards. Obugalo!
you very much. We'll hand back to the MCs that will advise us on what next. Thank you.
A big congratulations to all the finalists and a big congratulations to all the winners. Let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you very much. And as we draw our conference to a close, it's only fitting that we hear from someone whose leadership and vision continue to drive the progress of the oil and gas sector here in Uganda. It's my absolute pleasure to invite the board chair of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Ms. Linda Biriwona, who is the board chair and is also an environment expert. Welcome with me, Ms. Linda Biriwona.
Wow. What can I say? The last 2 days. Partnerships, continuous improvement, standards. National content is a marathon, not a sprint. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good evening. Allow me to stand in your way between the cocktail for just 2-3 minutes. I will not take a lot of time. My assignment is very simple. On my own behalf and on behalf of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, I would like to appreciate you for participating in the 5th Annual National Content Conference and turning out in large numbers. I think we can all testify this has been one of the biggest ever. Thank you so much. Thank you for putting aside 2 days of your valuable time. This has concluded what I think we can now call, as the ED mentioned yesterday, the Uganda Oil Week. I think we agree. Indeed, the success of this conference is a testament to the milestones and achievements in advancing national content in Uganda's oil and gas sector, as the theme aptly states. In a special way, I recognize the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, who have partnered with the PAU over the past 2 years in organizing and hosting the National Content Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give them a big applause, because they have been quiet behind the scenes, but they have done a lot. Thank you so much. The authority commends each of the 40 sponsors, the 60 speakers and panelists, they have been that many years, the 25 exhibitors, and all the participants, both physical and online. I stand to be corrected, but I'm told as of earlier this afternoon, I think we've had a total of close to 3,000 participants in total between yesterday and today. Thank you so much. Without you, this wouldn't have been a success, definitely. In a special way, I would also like to thank the delegates from overseas, especially our keynote speaker from Ghana and his delegation, the delegation from Nigeria, and the rest of the world. As the Honorable Minister mentioned yesterday, we are grateful to the big brothers. We are keen to learn from you, and we thank you that you continue to walk this journey with us. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience. As we close this conference this evening, to the delegates, we trust that you will find time to visit the beautiful tourism sites of Uganda, which Sir Winston Churchill described as the Pearl of Africa. Please enjoy your stay. Don't leave after this evening. We encourage you to do that. Over the course of the last 2 days, we've heard about the progress of the oil and gas projects. We've heard about national content achievements. We've heard about the challenges we have overcome and the economic contribution of the sector in the development of our country. In addition, we've also been exposed to a number of aspects or opportunities. For example, today we heard about the tax incentives, the capital opportunities from the different financial institutions, Postbank, Stanbic, Capital Markets Authority, the linkages that come with the sector, agriculture, among others. It is my hope that we have all learned and been inspired by the experiences shared today and yesterday by the companies that have graced the different panels, and would like to encourage those of us who have been privileged to attend to utilize the lessons learned during this conference. As mentioned, this conference has been graced by national and international delegates from Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, China, the United States of America, the United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, Ghana, among others. I encourage you to create partnerships through which you can collaborate and share best practices so that we can continue to learn from each other as we have continued. Suppliers and buyers can come to a platform to be able to grow their businesses. I'd also like to congratulate Sinopec on the graduation of the specialized welders. We hope that the skills and the technology acquired will add value to the country. I'd also like to congratulate the companies that have been recognized for the extraordinary efforts made to promote national participation under the different pillars for national content, and encourage those companies that did not make it today, those that were not awarded today, don't lose heart. I think the key thing here for us is to strive to do more so that the next edition of the awards, so that during the next edition of the awards, you are recognized. An applause to all those that were nominated. Even if you're not winners, it is a huge recognition to be nominated. This 5th edition of the annual National Content is without a doubt the most successful National Content Conference in terms of participation, in terms of sponsorship, and the depth of the information shared. This can only be attributed to the growth in partnerships, especially with the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, drawing lessons from previous experiences and the desire to always improve. This indeed is contributing to creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Once again, I thank you for your participation, and I trust that you've had an enjoyable experience during this conference and you have left more informed and ready to participate or to continue participating in the sector. Since this is the last major conference the authority is holding this year, allow me to take this opportunity to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a happy 2025 as we get to the end of the year. I wish you a safe journey back home. Look forward to seeing you next year, the 6th National Content Conference. I think we have already had, there's a cocktail after this. I will not stand into your way, but I thank you so much and thank you for listening, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Linda. And we'd like to thank each and every single one of you, everybody who has been online, everybody who has sacrificed their time inside the building. And we'd like not to take for granted the fact that you've given us the opportunity to be part of this conversation. I've been Dr. Ronnie Mechegwang.
And I've been Faith Musimenta.
I'd like to thank you all and say, go out into the world, take advantage of these opportunities in oil and gas, make a difference and develop the economy. Thank you. Good night. God bless.
The cocktail, where's the cocktail venue?
Oh, how could I forget? Cocktail time, ladies and gentlemen. Right outside the door, walk up the steps to the Sunset Restaurant. Let's continue this conversation, but this time here with a few drinks and a few eats. Have a good evening.